Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, the House suspended abruptly yesterday, and at the suspension, the communication system was not up. For the edification of the public, and again for the record of the House Hansard, although it appeared to be electricity related, it was not a BPL fault. It was a fault that underlines the point that the honourable member for Fox Hill makes, which is that these premises, although stately when constructed, may be at the end of their useful life. And every day the Lord seems to be sending us messages that it may be time to move up and move on. And so, Madam Speaker, when we suspended, West Grand Bahama and Bimini was on the floor.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Yes, before the member for, thank you, Madam Speaker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini begins, just wish to clear up something that was said at the beginning of his contribution yesterday, Madam Speaker, in which the honourable member from West Grand Bahama and Bimini said that since this government came to office, that Grand Bahama has been experiencing robust growth, this is a quote, and that this is not an opinion, that this is an indisputable fact. Madam Speaker, I wish to share with this House the Prime Minister's wrap-up on June 26, 2023. June 26, 2023, where the Prime Minister says that Grand Bahama lost 9% of its GDP the previous year. So, Madam Speaker, so clearly, Madam Speaker, clearly the honourable member is misinformed about the information, where he said that once this government came to office, there started to be robust growth. All right, Madam Speaker, so the member needs to retract that, Madam Speaker.
No, man, really, what this is we doing?
Correcting the record.
That's 1 year ago.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, context is a serious thing.
That's what the member said.
When one talks about the percentage contribution to the overall GDP of the country, you may lose your place, but still be growing, just that other people are growing more quickly than you.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We won't belabor that point
No.
because what is good for the Bahamian people is obviously bad for the side opposite. But I'll pick up where I left off yesterday, Madam Speaker. And again, it's to reiterate what the member for Pine Ridge would have said yesterday for all the good that is happening on Grand Bahama since taking office. And so I'll continue. Open the Obadiah Welshcombe Government Complex. East Grand Bahama, you're going. Hosted 2 entrepreneurial expos in West Grand Bahama and Freeport. Prop Club reopening. In terms of investments in Grand Bahama, we have Carnival Cruise Line Celebration Key project valued at $500 million. Approved loan guarantee for Lithuanian Group exceeding $71.3 million to to relaunch South Riding Point Energy Terminal. We come in. Grand Bahama Shipyard.
Honorable members, let the Bahamian
I'm
people
still the parliamentary
hear
secretary
from the member.
for the Ministry for Grand Bahama. So, Grand Bahama Shipyard, $600 million expansion. Exquisite Yachts, $5 million investment. $300 million investment in West Grand Bahama coming.
Coming. It's still coming.
Yes.
9 months now.
For,
It's been 9 months.
for Dorian recovery,
Members,
for Dorian recovery, we champion the passage of the Evidence Amendment Act, which provided relief and closure to families affected by Hurricane Dorian. Extended SARS, ordered twice for duty-free vehicles, building supplies, and household appliances due to Hurricane Dorian. Erected memorial monuments at various locations to honor missing Hurricane Dorian victims. Secured funding for rebuilding homes in High Rock, Pelican Point, and McLeanstown, East Grand Bahama. Built and repaired homes under the East Grand Bahama Revitalization Project. 3 new builds and 25 repairs, East Grand Bahama again. Phase 3 of the East Grand Bahama Revitalization Initiative began with funding secured for homes to be rebuilt in High Rock, Pelican Point, and McLeanstown, East Grand Bahama. Development of Phase 1, Restoration Village, to provide homes for displaced families and move families into the Restoration Village. Brought government services back to East Grand Bahama, including the police station, the administrator and local government, National Insurance Board, social services, and urban renewal. East Grand Bahama.
Again? That's the capital link.
So Grand Bahama,
That's the capital link.
economic relief, distributed relief grants to Junkanoo groups, launched the $5,000 Empower Grand Bahama micro grant program for entrepreneurs in the orange economy and tourism product development. 130 grants approved and distributed. Distributed $500 relief grants to straw market vendors. Tourism promotion, continued promotion of Grand Bahama for tourism and investment opportunities. Collaborated with the Ministry of Tourism, Investments, and Aviation to promote Grand Bahama as a destination. Advertised the markets like Orlando, Raleigh, Charlotte, Toronto, Ottawa, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Increase cruise stopover visitors and encourage cruise lines to include Grand Bahama in their ports of call. Ongoing promotion of Grand Bahama for tourism and investment. Collaborative efforts with the Ministry of Tourism, Investments, and Aviation to host global sales and marketing missions. Engagement with cruise merchants like Carnival Cruise Lines, Balearic Caribbean, Virgin Voyages, Disney Cruise Lines, and MSC Cruises to attract tourists. Where education, training, and youth programs are concerned, the Ministry for Grand Bahama Maritime 101 program, in collaboration with LNEN Maritime Agency, to equip high school students with maritime industry basics. Conducted 3 cohorts of the program. There has been collaboration with universities abroad in conjunction with the University of Bahamas and BTVI. The CoLab Partnerships for Development Unit collaborated with St. Augustine's College for a visit to Grand Bahama, opening doors for educational experiences and exchanges. This visit sparked possibilities for our students to engage with a renowned educational institution, fostering intellectual growth and cultural exchange. The Ministry for Grand Bahama facilitated the sponsorship and participation of 19 students, including Grand Bahamian students in UNFCCC MENA Climate Change Week in Saudi Arabia. The Ministry for Grand Bahama hosted the annual Innovate Career Fair for high school students. This event exposed students to new industries and career opportunities on the island of Grand Bahama. And Madam Speaker, a new hospital is under construction. First to be built since the then privately owned Grand Bahama Clinic was built in 1969. Madam Speaker, like I said earlier, repetition is good. So I went down that list just in case members of the side opposite voluntarily or involuntarily missed it when the member for Pine Ridge spoke. These are just some of the things that have been accomplished on Grand Bahama Island since we came to office. Let me break it down further for them, Madam Speaker. This Davis Cooper administration was able to do and or create an environment for all of that to happen in just 37 months and 6 days. 37 months and 6 days. You will hear all sorts of things, but one fact remains, Madam Speaker, things are happening on Grand Bahama Island. For the next few moments, I want to zero in a bit and share what has been happening in West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Stay focused now, St. Barnabas. To echo the sentiments expressed by the member of Pine Ridge, we make things happen. In education, Madam Speaker, I am aware that there is much concern or curiosity surrounding the government school in Holmes Rock, and when will it be open? The project was initiated under the then Christy Davis administration. Things change, as they sometimes do, within our political landscape. And for 4.5 years, and in 4.5 years, those who sat at the helm did nothing with the school. We are now back, Madam Speaker. I am sure one can understand the reality of a building that just sat and the slow and natural decay that can occur, and the means and extent to which one deploys in an effort to remedy any issues. That was the point at which the government found itself when we took office in 2021. I wish to assure the residents of West Grand Bahama that the government of the Bahamas has approved the completion of the school for this fiscal period and will be ready in 2025. Be assured that your government is working to make that happen. Because just as we said in our blueprint for change, we believe education is the great equalizer. We believe in our youth and the need to have a comfortable learning environment. Affordable housing.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand
But you don't
Bahama.
believe that?
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the member, but I believe that I have to read this into the record. He stated that for 4.5 years, there was no effort or no work on the school. He said there's no work done in 4.5 years. We had 2 contractors on that site. One of the contractors unfortunately died. Work consistently carried on at that school. There were some intricacies. Their work was done. There were work done to the external, work done in the classroom. I myself did inspection in that school. So to come in here and say that no work was done on the school is totally incorrect. And I want to put it on the record that work continued. You're pointing your fingers at the contractors, like I said, one of whom died during the course of the construction. So work continued on that site, and the site is very complex, and hopefully, it was stated last year, 2 different contractors. It was a very difficult contractor, 2 difficult contracts. And it was announced last year that the school would be open. He's now announcing that next year it's going to be open. So again, the goalpost is also moving on this side. So to say that nothing happened on those schools for 4.5 years is totally incorrect, and I will not allow that to remain on the record.
Thank you, honorable member.
I believe,
West Grand Bahama.
I believe, Madam Speaker, that the residents in West Grand Bahama will believe different.
Yeah, little bit then, little bit then.
The building has been sitting for 4.5 years and is incomplete. Madam Speaker, another area of concentration was affordable housing and/or access to prepared land. There is nothing more that I would love to see than West Grand Bahamians and Biminites being able to access home ownership. I read a quote somewhere that said, "Home ownership isn't just about securing a place, it's about anchoring dreams." Or perhaps Maya Angelou really captured the essence of this when she wrote, "The ache for home lives in all of us, the safe place where we can go as we are and not be questioned." So, Madam Speaker, we searched through the constituency, strategizing on the most feasible approach to take with this mission. I am happy to announce, Madam Speaker, that in West Grand Bahama, in our first phase of this initiative, in the West Heights subdivision opposite Boodle Bay, we will seek to build affordable homes on the remaining 36 vacant lots. Then, Madam Speaker, in South Bimini, we intend on creating a Crown subdivision. The proposed area of land has already been identified, and the initial assessments are soon to be carried out for its usage. Again, Deputy Speaker, the member for Carmichael is committed to lending his assistance in ensuring that this project becomes a reality. Further to this, Madam Speaker, it is not enough to say that we will just make the land available and tell people to go and buy and develop. A fundamental element to all of this is whether or not West Grand Bahamians and Biminites are able to qualify for mortgages in order to access these lands. So, we intend on hosting a mortgage drive. This will allow people to meet and talk with the lender, evaluate their standing, and inform them of what they need to do. Guide them through the process. One of the missions of this Davis Cooper administration was to introduce the rent-to-own program to make access to homes available. Those who may not qualify for a mortgage, this program can serve as a viable alternative. We also understand fully that sometimes navigating through certain bureaucratic processes can be frustrating. We want to ease that burden in this regard, lend a helping hand, make things happen. So updates will be given at the appropriate time. St. Barnabas? Environment and infrastructure. Upon being elected as the Member of Parliament for West Grand Bahama and Bimini, there was an initiative which started under my late predecessor for the removal of derelict vehicles. From 2021 to present day, some 200 vehicles were removed, and efforts are still ongoing under remit of urban renewal. Now I know, Madam Speaker, some may say, well, that is not much. Well, I beg to differ. 200 vehicles are a lot, and them being removed makes a big difference. In Boodle Bay subdivision, we saw that it was overgrown with bushes, so we cut it down. We opened all of the roads and verges, and we have been maintaining the edges. We will also address the overgrown bushes on the verges at Bahama Beach and sections A, B, and C. In fact, Madam Speaker, the beautiful Grand Bahama team is already in Holmes Rock, continuing to do their work of beautifying communities. It would be remiss of me if I did not acknowledge the excellent work they have done and continue to do. I want them to know that West Grand Bahama appreciates and thanks them for their work. Madam Speaker, there was a need to address the roads in both West Grand Bahama and Bimini. These are not mere pastimes, Madam Speaker. These are serious times that require a hands-on approach. So we got to work in. I am happy to announce that in West Grand Bahama, very shortly, a contract is to be signed and works will commence in the not-too-distant future. Boodle Bay, Holmes Rock, and the side roads, and 8 Mile Rock to West End on the main Queens Highway, as well as Bayshore Road, commonly known as the Front Road and Back Road, respectively. This also includes the installation of some additional sidewalks through the settlements. Recently, a contract was signed and awarded through a public-private partnership for the redevelopment of the South Bimini International Airport. You still don't believe in Barnabas? As I noted then, it is not just about constructing a new airport, but elevating the overall travel experience of all those who traverse through it. It is also about building, in part, a brighter future for Bimini.
You could understand this disbelief. Yeah.
It is about creating opportunities for our people, stimulating the economy, and ensuring the sustainability of that beautiful island. There was another side of this as well. Over in South Bimini, a road resurfacing project is currently underway. Recently, a contract was awarded to Knowles Construction by the developers of the Bimini Airport from the airport to South Bimini Ferry Dock, including Buccaneer Subdivision. The awarding of this is a testament of this Davis Cooper-led administration of our commitment to empowering Bahamian contractors. It is a demonstration of our belief in the talent and capabilities of our people to deliver world-class infrastructural projects. New roads in Exuma, Eleuthera, Long Island, construction of buildings, all done by Bahamians. We are making things happen.
Yes.
Hurricane preparedness, Madam Speaker, one of the many lessons learned after the passage of Hurricane Dorian was that you can never be fully prepared. Mother Nature is unpredictable, but to the extent that we can, we must take all necessary precautions. There is a need for a hurricane shelter in West Grand Bahama, a place of safety for residents if needed during storms. A decision was made to use the gymnasium at the 8 Mile Rock High School. A contract was awarded to renovate that facility so that it can have dual purpose, one of which being a hurricane shelter. I am happy to report, Madam Speaker, that works, meaning the structural repairs, are 99% complete. The restrooms, air conditioning, the 1,000-gallon water system are all done. When in use, this hurricane shelter will be able to comfortably accommodate 500 persons. We are just now awaiting the arrival of the generator, and once installed, this project will be completed and turned over. Madam Speaker, again, there is the concern for the roof repairs in the West Grand Bahama area, especially now that we are in hurricane season. The ending part of last year into this year, we were pleased to have completed some home repairs. Madam Speaker, there are a few hundred homes that need repairs. Previously, during a different time, and leadership, assistance was rendered in the form of cash and actual materials. Somehow today, Madam Speaker, those homes, well, some, are still in need of repairs. Amen. The method and manner of the supposed assistance was insufficient. So this government has decided to take a hands-on approach. We committed to assisting as many as we can. I want to thank my constituents for their patience. I understand and I sympathize. It's the rainy season. Works will resume and at a more efficient pace. Things are happening, Madam Speaker. Public safety. The safety of residents is something that should never be taken for granted, Madam Speaker. The presence of law enforcement is crucial to the viability of any community. West End is no exception. For quite some time now, we have been without a substantial police station in the manner that we have grown accustomed to. But again, Madam Speaker, we have been working through collaborative efforts between the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of National Security, and other relevant stakeholders. The people of West End should know that a contract has been issued for the demolition of the condemned police station. This police station was officially condemned in 2021, but prior to that, Madam Speaker, it was in grave disrepair before and after the passage of Hurricane Dorian. Normal wear and tear and severe structural issues. It was still being used, notwithstanding the circumstances. But it is this administration that is going to ensure infrastructures and government buildings are brought to a state of usage that meets global standards, but to also see that they are sustainable. Our Prime Minister has been championing climate change. So even in West Grand Bahama and Bimini, we have to take such a thing into consideration. So we will get our police station and have our officers placed in a proper facility. We also haven't had a fire truck for several years. But with this new station, the design will include provision for a fire truck. There is also the issue of not having an ambulance dedicated to West Grand Bahama. We are working to acquire one. I have had conversations with the Minister of Health, who has indicated that he has trained personnel who can be engaged and dispatched to operate this emergency vehicle once it is in place. Madam Speaker, a police station, fire truck, an ambulance, there is just something about the presence of these assets in a community that aids a sense of peace of mind. We understand that. So in West Grand Bahama and Bimini, we are making things happen, Madam Speaker. As the young people would say, don't sleep. Don't sleep on West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Community engagement.
Stay woke.
Community engagement. The parks, Madam Speaker, the parks. I have taken the approach to not provide just a Band-Aid solution where the parks are concerned. However, Madam Speaker, there has been much to do about the park in Pine Forest, especially around the by-election. Recently, our news ran a story by some residents about the park not being completed as promised. Madam Speaker, I am glad to show this honorable House the plans of the Pine Forest Park and let the residents of Pine Forest Estates know that a contract will be issued within the next 2 weeks, which will see the immediate commencement of work.
Show them the vision.
Madam Speaker, this is the floor plan for the park,
Show them the vision.
which would include a parking area, a basketball court that they never had, a water fountain for the kids to play.
What?
You have no, keep laughing, St. Barnabas. You have gazebos, you have children playground area for exercise, a bathroom block. All this will be done and executed very shortly, St. Barnabas. We'll invite you to the opening, right? Madam Speaker, we are not here for show. I remember during the by-election, some bulldozer and stuff were placed on the park without proper approval. No communication was made with local government, who is responsible for the construction and upkeep of public parks. Interesting enough, under that recent Our News story on social media page, the trolls talked about swing. They claimed the residents got swing by voting PLP and that we ain't doing nothing. But what do you expect from them? Madam Speaker, West Grand Bahama should not listen to the side opposite. It surprises me, though, that they can even open their mouths against this government for doing so much in so little time. I want to remind them that in the past, they had 5 representatives in this place from Grand Bahama. Full house. What is so telling, Madam Speaker? The then member for East Grand Bahama was the then Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. controlling the money, so to speak.
Nothing happened.
And after he resigned out of cabinet as a minister, the now member for East Grand Bahama, who was then a senator and minister of state in the office of the prime minister, then became minister of state for finance. The two from Grand Bahama had control of the money.
Nothing happened.
And no park, no opening of the government complex, no completion of Holmes Rock Secondary School, no fire engine, no ambulance, no new development, not one new house built, no new hospital, no airport. I can go on, Madam Speaker, but I will stop there. The point is made clearly. The party of no, as the member of Foxhill calls them, but maybe, just maybe, if the opposition had followed their own PPP policy, something may have been completed or done in West Grand Bahama. So to come in a by-election and bring a bulldozer and pretend that something was going to happen, now that is swing.
That's me.
Keep your eyes focused, West Grand Bahama.
Bamboozle.
Don't listen to the watcher.
So no one, so one,
Don't listen to the watcher.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marcus.
Madam Speaker, the Pine Forest project, just to put on the record for those members of the public, what occurred with respect to the efforts made before the most recent election, several things happened. One was, Madam Speaker, that, Madam Speaker, am I able to speak as, okay? So, Madam Speaker, several things were done. One was heavy equipment was sourced. The heavy equipment completely cleared the surrounding area, cleaned up the area of the park. They also cleared right to the edge of the wetland, making sure not to damage the wetland. So that was one complete project, clearing of the immediate area. Young persons, residents, as well as others were hired to clean the park by removing some of the dilapidated structures that were on the park, and the entire area was weeded out. The second thing that was done, Madam Speaker, is an environmentalist was hired.
Honorable member, are we going down the listing of what?
Madam Speaker.
You said.
No. It was a point of order.
The point of order is
yes.
You're saying that the member is not factual. Is incorrect. That's what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I understand that.
Okay. So
and you're going to list for how long?
No, I'm going to, Madam Speaker. We're trying to do this with decorum. I'm going to do what I'm entitled.
Hold on now.
I'm going to do what I'm entitled to do.
Yes, you'll do what you're entitled to do.
No,
but honorable member, you will also realize that you will also speak.
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point
It
is
is
this,
the
Madam
point.
Speaker. The point is this, Madam Speaker.
No.
If the member.
The point is this.
No, that's not the point.
The point is this.
That is not the point.
The point is this.
Madam
You made
Speaker,
your
I'm
point.
entitled.
You
No, I did
said
not make
that
the point.
member
I did not
is
make the
not
point.
factual.
I did
You
not make
listed
the
that
point.
that you did
I
a
did
listing
not
of
make the
cleanup,
point.
So we understand that.
I did not. I'm going to speak.
And the speaker
You're not,
is speaking.
you're not in a position to lecture me. You are not in a
Honorable
position to
member,
lecture me.
listen here.
You are not in a position to lecture me.
Listen
Madam
here.
Speaker,
Listen
I
here.
rose on a point of
Listen here.
order.
No. Let me
rose
take
on
you
a point of order.
to number 6 on the roll book.
Yeah.
The speaker in the House and the chairman in committee shall, you understand what that means? Shall regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in the rules of procedure. Now, I heard you. Don't tell me what isn't right and what's wrong. I know what to do here. I heard what you said. You said the member is not factual. Okay? Now, I'm not going to sit here for the next 10, 15 minutes and allow you to list a stream of things that you did. You said he's not factual. You listed that he was not factual. That's on the record. Now, I want to hear West Grand Bahama finish his speech. No, you don't tell me no. You don't tell me no. I am the principal officer in this place, and I am saying to you that I heard you. The world heard you, and you listed the fact that he was incorrect. Now, I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. We're not doing that in this debate. We're not over-spouting on these points of orders. We're not doing it. I stated it yesterday, and I'm maintaining it today, and I'll maintain it throughout this entire debate. We're not going to take advantage of the points of orders. You got up, you stated your point of order, that he is incorrect, and you stated why he is incorrect, so let's move on. I am not going to list for you to list 10, 15 different things. It's not right. It's not fair. You said why you presume he's incorrect. You said it. No. I am now calling on West, Grand, Bahama, and Bimini to contain. In this house, you are saying you will not.
Get him, Myra.
Let me take you to page 72. Allow me to visit page 72 with you. And my name is not you. And you stated your point of order.
You haven't heard me yet.
I have heard you.
I'm not taking my seat. I'm not taking my seat. You want me to move you, let you come, but I'm not taking my seat.
But they will remove you today.
I did not finish my point. 30 seconds. On my feet.
I will remind you on page 73, I am citing Marco City persistently and willfully obstructing the business of the House.
That's fine.
Can I now engage
That's fine.
the Sergeant of Arms to have Marco City removed from the Honorable House?
Not moving. I was on my feet for 30 seconds.
You were on your feet and you stated your point of order. I am standing in this place and I will not sit until Marco City is removed from this Honorable Assembly.
Send several people. I'm not moving. Not moving.
You will be removed.
Not moving. Not moving. Not moving.
Well, who wants to go with Marco City? Take them all. I am more than fair. I am more than fair. Y'all are unfair and are using the floor of this House for unfairness.
Gotta be fair here. Good for one side, it gotta be good for the next. No, sir. They are today. Not today.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Speaker, I move that the House be suspended for 5 minutes so that we can get personnel to remove anyone who wishes to defy the
It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended for 5 minutes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House is suspended for 5 minutes. Honorable members, members of this Honorable Assembly, members of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, let me indicate to you that the Speaker of the House is the principal officer in this establishment. I will not tolerate the behavior that has been exhibited in this place anymore. I've had members say the vilest of things to me. Now, I may be new to this, but I am true to this. And I understand my job and what I sit here to do. And that is to take control of the proceedings in this place. We can say what we want out there, but when it comes in here, respect is the order of the day. And even for this chair, I don't care how you feel about me, but you shall and you will respect the order of this chair and the integrity thereof. When a member can get up and tell a speaker that they are not doing anything that is required to do, when any speaker around the world gives an order, the lack of respect has gone too far. And I'm not taking advantage of any member, but if any member continues, any member, I said yesterday, and I stand as an honorable member in this place, that once you rise to your feet, state your point of orders, and let's move on. I said that for the world to hear me. I am not going to give any member, a member was on their feet, I have to give allegiance to all. A member was on his feet, giving his contribution. You want to get up, say to me, you could say it in less than 30 seconds. Madam Speaker, it's an incorrect fact. I want it on the record, and we did XYZ. In less than 30 seconds. But you want to go down 5 and 10 minutes to say everything that you did? Come on. This is not a campaign field. This is where we come to conduct the business of the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And we're going to get it right in here. People want to hear from every member. And every member in here, including me, represents a body of people, what we call constituencies. And they're entitled to hear the business of this house, how we conduct the business of this house. We are sitting here because we were sent here by people. But when we get in here, we act like this our house. This is the people's house. And I will protect it with all of me for the time that I am here. I will not allow anybody to get out of character in here with me or the Bahamian people who are watching us through a lens. So I'm asking you members to please be mindful. And I am here, and I'm governed by a book that we all are called the rules and the procedures that govern us in this place. And I went back to page 6, which when you open the book, which is the first rule that calls about general rule for conduct of business in this place. So let's not go down that road again. And I'm willing to do this here. I should have done it long ago with some members, but I allowed it to run on for too long. But today, it stops. We have to bring back respect and decorum to this place. It's been lost. But I am not gonna stand for it any further. And I will be fair to every member. Every member, some have 2 hours, some have 1 hour. If you want to go down a list of things, you could come back in your speech and list those things. But when you're on a point of order, state your point, let's sit down. Let's move forward. It's on the record. Honorable Member for Central, you may have a seat, sir. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sit down, just give me 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, let me say that for this side of the House, and we understand quite clearly what Rule 6 means. The Speaker is, as a judge, is the person in charge of this House. it is contemptuous to say you do not agree with the person who is in charge of the House because you take your seat. A famous lawyer said, if a judge tells you sit down, you have to sit down, even if you immediately stand back up, but you must do as you are directed. For our side, Madam Speaker, we accept that you preside. The rules are clear. When you stand, everyone else sits down. And to put it in Bahamianese, shuts up when the Speaker stands. The rules are quite clear about that. I may not agree with your ruling, Madam Speaker, but my opinion is it material when there's a ruling to be made, and I can urge any point on you that I wish, but after you've ruled, you have ruled. That's what the rules tend to call for. That's what they admit. And for the edification of the public, that is why lawyers say, as it pleases you, my lord, which isn't saying that I agree with you, but that is what you rule, and so that pleases you, and I have to live by it. Yes. And so I would suggest, since this is being consumed publicly, that the public is aware that nobody concedes their right to any presiding officer simply by accepting a ruling. And the way that lawyers do it by shorthand is to say, Madam Speaker, as you please, which is really what it's all about. And the sooner we get to that point in this place, the better it would be, yes. And the sooner we would move on. And a smart man could get up again and try to put it in a different way, but you cannot be outwardly confrontational and still be in line with the rules that govern us.
Thank you, Honourable Member. West Bahama and Bimini, would you like to say something?
Yes, please, ma'am.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, until this afternoon, it's never been observed in this House that once a point of order is made, you state what the point of order is, and you sit back down. You've advised you wanted to know what the point of order was, and what would follow after you identify what the point of order is, you explain why. And that's what the Leader of the Opposition was in the process of doing when he was prevented from completing that process. And I think that that is where the conflict as to how events unfolded had come about. And I would safely say that the member from the government, Leader of Government Business, has just been given more time than the leader was given time to state what his point of order was.
And so have you.
To discuss the rules. We all aware of what the rules are. So if we're going to be observing time and if we're going to be removing a member of his loyalties, loyal opposition, and the leader no less, the Prime Minister in waiting from this honorable House, because someone's time is being taken away from them over a 2-week debate, then, Madam Speaker, I think we have to, as the Leader of the Opposition said, observe fairness in all matters. And I put to this honorable House that fairness was not exercised today in the removal of Michael C. Pintard, Member of Parliament for Marco City.
Thank you, Honourable Member. But for the edification of the public, and St. Anne's knows this very well, on page 34 of our rule book, see, anytime I come and I make rulings, I make it based on the procedures of this place. 38(1) says, a member who rises on a point of order shall, when invited by the Speaker or Chairman to do so, state the infringement of these rules on which his point of order is based, and then resume his seat. Okay? That is what the rules says, not Madam Speaker. I don't make this up as I go along, and I'm speaking now. Take a moment. I am speaking, all right? And so I am not making these rules up as I go. And let me go back to page 6 for the edification of the public. And that rule says, the Speaker in the House and the Chairman in committee shall regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in these rules of procedure, and the Speaker and Chairman may be guided in their decision by the usage, practices, and precedents of other parliaments, and by Erskine May's parliamentary practice to the extent that they may They are consistent with the rules of procedure and can be applied to the proceedings of this House. Now, I don't make these things up as I go. I study my rule book, I am guided by my rule book, and I make my decisions based on the rules and procedures of this Honorable Assembly. So when you come into rise and talk about the leader of the royal opposition and all that, that doesn't apply in this House. He in this House is the honorable member for Marco City, okay? And this doesn't have anything that to do with what goes on outside. This has everything to do with what goes on this green carpet. So he was removed because he was disrespectful to the speaker, and he was disrespectful to the rules. And I indicated yesterday at the beginning of the debate, where you sat right there in your seat, and Marco City sat in his seat, and I also indicated that when we begin this debate, did you not hear me, Honorable Clark? You heard me too, right? Indicate to the members that when you rise in this place during this debate, because of the length of the debate and the lengthy nights, state the matter that you're saying and take your seat and let's move on. That is what I said. And now you want me to go against what I said? Huh? So we're going to move on now. I think West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini, you are on the floor, right? Okay. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Speaker, just for completeness, Rule 38.3 says this, with regard points of orders and ruling. A member shall not dissent from a ruling by the Speaker except by a substantive motion for that purpose. And so you don't get to disagree. You may give notice of a motion.
Exactly.
At that appropriate time.
Exactly.
But the rules are very clear.
Very
so
clear.
We may retain order in this
Stevie
place.
Wonder could read these,
Yes.
and he can see that these rules are very clear. Listen, I have nothing personal against any member in this place. But what I want to do is make sure that these members follow the rules. And it's like pulling teeth. And you want to get up and tell the speaker no? How disrespectful can that be? Come on, man. West Grand Bahama, let's move on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you were addressing me and you referred to the rules as requiring the member to state.
I also call for West Grand Bahama to continue. We are now finished with that.
Okay. Opposition, sit down and shut up.
Yes,
If that's what you said.
until it's your
I
time.
didn't say it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Marco City would have said I was not factual. But the facts are clear. The residents of Pine Forest Estate and the Grand Muhammad Lodge knows the facts. A bulldozer was placed at the park. He said it himself, that a bulldozer was there. All right? That is the basis of that. No need to belabor that point. So as I continue, Madam Speaker, and I'll say, West Grand Bahama at large, stay focused. So one only has to look at the now Deputy Prime Minister versus the then Deputy Prime Minister. The member for Exuma is also the now Deputy Prime Minister, and look at what is happening in his constituency. I need not say, Madam Speaker, no similar. There is a distinct difference in representation and the care extended. Grand Bahama knows this all too well. Madam Speaker, I envision what I refer to as a sports development program. The program includes the installations of softball and baseball diamonds, swimming pool, and refurbishment of the basketball courts in the constituency, on a field that is big enough to be retrofitted and used as a soccer pitch and for American football, an installation of free Wi-Fi. Very much of this plan includes these parks at West End, Holmes Rock, and Bimini. The member for Pine Ridge talked about the island becoming one of innovation and sustainable development. In fact, it is well on its way. This is in keeping with that theme, Madam Speaker, but these things take time. Let me be clear, it is not an overly ambitious goal. I am sure the side opposite would perhaps attempt to draw that conclusion and project their narrative of doom and gloom, because it is us making things happen. These goals are very much attainable. In the interim, though, Madam Speaker, we will address the low-hanging fruits where the parks are concerned. The drawings for these have already been completed. We are working, Madam Speaker. Employment and skill development. In that sporting development program I made mention of a while ago is the idea to attract our youth. It has to be a targeted approach to target ambitions that can be economically viable to the youth in my constituency. Whether it is through sports, soft skills development and training, whatever it is imperative that we find a way to ignite and extract the untapped potential of our youth in West Grand Bahama and Bimini. I am committed to that. We recognize the impact on our tourism product and what Carnival and others are going to bring to our island. So it is important to bring in some of our education partners like BTVI and BAIC. Targeted approach and ambitions, Madam Speaker. We will be reintroducing the Junior Regatta Sailing for young people in West Grand Bahama and Bimini. In fact, training will begin this summer. Boosting local economy and sustainable tourism. As I drive through West End and Bimini, one of the things I can't help but to notice is the abundance of conch shells. People see waste. I see another area with untapped potential. Asian countries have found ways to make use of this very thing that we have little regard for. Perhaps it is time we change that. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, it is time to move forward from seeing foreigners benefit from our products to us taking ownership of our products. In the very near future, I intend to spark interest among West Grand Bahamians and Biminites in the area of conch shell processing and manufacturing. We can do the very things they are doing with our products in other countries. So through collaboration, I will be reaching out to BAIC to conduct training for making conch shell jewelry and to assist in the creation and development of the commerce industry in West Grand Bahama and Bimini. I want this great constituency to become the manufacturing hub for conch shell jewelry. I want to create our own unique cultural currency. This bodes well with the plans underway headed by the member for Pine Ridge to develop a transshipment and logistic hub on the island. I see quality jewelry makers coming out of West Grand Bahama and Bimini. This is going to happen. Let me repeat, this is going to happen. You know, Madam Speaker, I need to make something clear. Something is telling me I need to. When I stand here and make announcements of things happening in West Grand Bahama and Bimini, or announce things to come, these are not hypothetical. These are things being worked on and in process and or near completion. Children would say, call no name, carry no blame. Well, I need some folks in here to understand that things are happening. I haven't called any names, but hit dog holler. Madam Speaker, there are plans for the establishment of a fisherman's market in West End. There will be booths. There will be dockage. A key theme here, Madam Speaker, is that fishermen will have a place, a centralized place to sell their products. People who are not from West End will know exactly where to come to buy seafood. It is my vision and that of many others throughout the community that West End becomes a boating destination. To support that idea, we must have facilities. I am working with local entrepreneurs for the development of this market. Further to this, Madam Speaker, I am assisting local developers, that is Bahamians, in establishing a resort and marina in the heart of West End. It fits into the overall concept of developing the West End Marina with 50+ slips. It is about creating these economic synergies in the constituency. Locals will be empowered and have ownership in the market. We are talking about potential wealth generation for many of our residents. Nothing beats a failure but a try. Tied to that, Madam Speaker, is the plan to reintroduce Bahama House to the constituency. Training is very critical. Training is a very critical component. I want to encourage my constituents to ready themselves for what is to come. And to the extent to which I can lend influence or cause for an act, I will. As I wind down, Madam Speaker, I wish to announce that in West Grand Bahama and Bimini, a Junkanoo board was established and efforts are well underway to establish a combined group from West Grand Bahama and Bimini. We are in discussions with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture to hold a Junkanoo rush out in West End this year on one of the holidays. We come in. Things are happening, Madam Speaker. To my constituents, we are making strides in boosting West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Some things will take time, but I am resolved to see it through. Start preparing yourselves for what is to come. There are interests in the old Gain development property. So go and acquire your skills and our certifications. Formulate those ideas. We are optimistic about the future. Ready yourselves. The status quo will be disrupted, but for the common good. I understand that there are high expectations for what can be accomplished before the end of this term. I am working strategically to resolve the legacy issues and move forward with the plans to empower residents. I want to assure residents that we are working tirelessly to address as many concerns as possible. Your voices are heard, and we are committed to making meaningful progress. Do not mind the noise in the market. There are plenty of that around here. What they will not tell you is that because the area did not benefit under their hold when they had power, they will make you believe that it will not happen now. And if you could recall, St. Barnabas was one of those. But Madam Speaker, I can say, us and them, no similar. They will tell the Bahamian people that I am just giving false promises and triggering false hopes. You know their standard chorus of doom and gloom. I am reminded of a presentation given in here many years ago. I won't say the name, but the person is here but not here today and will know once they hear it. Part of it included a series of quotes directed at the very same side opposite as they were then. Two of those quotes in particular are quite fitting to levy against the naysayers in here today. The first was from the 19th century Scottish author Sir Walter Scott, and perhaps you have heard it before. Given the side opposites' proclivity to oppose anything we do, I doubt they have. And it goes, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first try to deceive. And the second is a line of a song from the 1950s pop group Imagine. It says, could this all be an illusion trying to put us in a state of confusion? Well, guess what? The proof is in the pudding. Things are happening. This budget exercise, Madam Speaker, will further aid developments not just in West Grand Bahama and Bimini, but throughout our Commonwealth. I end with what I started with. These are serious times that require a hands-on approach. Thankfully, this Davis Cooper-led government is committed to progress and preserving and enhancing our values and way of life. Our efforts exemplify an understanding of collaboration, commitment, and perseverance. What we do today, the decisions we make today, will profoundly impact the future of this country. Madam Speaker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini support this budget 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise, as usual, grateful to Almighty God, who is our creator, our source, our sustainer. And I am proud, as always, to represent the people of the great constituency of Golden Gates. They continue to place their trust in me to speak for their values and their interests in this honorable House. And today, Madam Speaker, I stand in support of change. I stand in support of an administration that has, from day one, promised to transform our economy and society, bringing about a new day for the people of this beautiful nation. Madam Speaker, the details of that promise can be found in our Blueprint for Change, which is a comprehensive plan to positively uplift this nation and empower its people. Our goals as an administration are ambitious. Madam Speaker, our Honorable Prime Minister often says that the time for quick fixes is over. We're here to deliver real and sustainable change. And that is why we hit the ground running from the first day we got in office and have not let up yet. Because we know the kind of change we are aiming for, Madam Speaker, doesn't come easy. It comes with strategic planning and precise execution. It comes with hard work and going against the status quo. And it comes with hard choices. Madam Speaker, no government in this world has ever had the resources to achieve everything it wanted to accomplish all at once. Each administration must carefully choose its priorities, and it's those priorities that become the legacy of an administration. Each budget represents the critical components of our vision distilled into numbers, revenues, and expenditures that ultimately tell the Bahamian people what our intentions are and what we truly prioritize. So, Madam Speaker, today I stand with pride in support of the 2024-25 national budget, a budget to change the status quo and positively change the lives of our people. And Madam Speaker, before I get into my contribution further, I want to take the opportunity to recognize persons in the gallery who are here today to support my contribution as the Minister of Labor and Public Service. I want to recognize our Director of Labor, Mr. Howard Thompson Jr., our labor consultant with responsibility for the National Apprenticeship Program, Ms. Michelle Malcolm, who's in the gallery, members of my team, Ms. Natasha Sands, Nevado Dawkins, Sergeant Ronaldo Dean. I see Mr. Farquharson is here, and Mr. Newell Neely, who are always here to support, Senator Ronnie Duncombe, and my better half.
Oh, waiting for that.
You guys save the best for last?
Absolutely.
Okay. My better half of 24 years of marriage. Mr. Roll, Herman Roll, is here to ensure that I say all the right things. Madam Speaker, this administration came into office amid a time of great challenges. Our nation was hit by COVID-19, Hurricane Dorian, global supply chain issues, and economic recession. Madam Speaker, we talk about these challenges frequently, but we must put in perspective that an economic recession, in addition to any pre-existing economic and social issues we faced, like high unemployment, crime, a struggling educational system, and an ongoing migrant crisis, were our realities. And while I believe it's important to note the dire situation that marked our starting point as an administration, we never allow our beginning to limit what we can achieve as a government. We set the goal line far over the horizon and challenged ourselves each day to strive toward delivering a better Bahamas for the Bahamian people. We set the goal line so far away that those without vision couldn't see it and probably still can't. Madam Speaker, you need vision to see this far. We took a tourism industry led by the member for Exuma and Ragged Island that was just awakening from its shutdown during the pandemic and drove it to record numbers, exceeding any year in history as a nation. We took an unemployment rate that some estimate was as high as 30% during the pandemic, an unemployment rate that struggled to fall below 10% for the better part of 2 decades, and we drove it down to 8%, the lowest seen since 2008. When we came to office, Madam Speaker, our debt to GDP ratio had ballooned above 100%. That means every dollar our economy produced, we owed $1 in debt. Today, our debt to GDP is now below 80% and dropping every year. We met our nation, as we all recall, on the EU blacklist, and through the hard work of our Attorney General's office, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, as well as private sector financial services stakeholders, we are now off the blacklist. We also became only the 6th country in the world to be largely compliant with the Financial Action Task Force 40 recommendations. Madam Speaker, we should take a moment to really take stock of the implications that I just outlined. We took the economy from record lows to record highs. We took the government from a bad fiscal state to an improved fiscal situation. And after nearly 1/3 of the country was unemployed, we got Bahamians working again in the highest numbers since before the 2008 recession. We took our #1 industry, tourism, from struggling to putting new records in the history books. We secured the reputation of our 2nd largest industry, financial services, by getting our nation off the blacklist. And that's major progress, Madam Speaker, made on the economy, government finances, employment, our #1 industry, and our #2 industry. And that's what you call changing the status quo. But Madam Speaker, we, of course, went even further. To grow the economy, we approved $8 billion in investments. We started work on infrastructure projects throughout the Family Islands, including the execution of contracts for work on airports in Cat Island, Exuma, Eleuthera, and Long Island. The member for Pine Ridge spoke yesterday about the demolition of the Grand Bahama International Airport that has already begun in preparation for the economic growth we are projecting as we bring over $2 billion in investments to the island and drive change at the Grand Bahama Port Authority. Our member for Tall Pines has led the way as we renovated clinics and continue to renovate clinics, made and continue to make repairs to PMH. We began preparatory work for new hospitals in Grand Bahama and in New Providence, and we launched the Catastrophic Healthcare Fund. We hired new police, defense force, correctional, and immigration officers to keep our country safe and secure. And we made our communities safer by equipping police with body cameras and installing more CCTVs powered by AI and facial recognition technology. We reduced customs duties on a number of nutritious food items, as well as building supplies for homeowners. We also had a number of status-changing first-time initiatives under this government. We launched the first ever government rent-to-own program to expand access to housing for people who would not ordinarily qualify for a traditional mortgage. We launched the first ever universal school breakfast program. We launched the first Family Island Development Fund. We became the first government in the world to begin the process of researching, analyzing, and putting a value to seagrass meadows to explore the possibility of blue carbon credits to potentially generate billions in revenue. This budget before us today, Madam Speaker, represents not just our intention to change the status quo in the year ahead of us, but also a continuation, an expansion of all the status quo changes we have already rolled out. Madam Speaker, our plans for the upcoming year build upon the transformational work we have begun. The work on our hospitals, clinics, and airports will continue. The school breakfast program will be expanded. We're making the largest investment in mental health in decades. The National Youth Guard is already recruiting another cohort of young people to join and make a difference in their nation. We are actively continuing our work after years of inaction to demolish and fully address the shantytown situation. They said no government would successfully make progress on that issue, but we did it. We will enforce new laws to imprison offenders who break the terms of their bail agreements and target gang members, as well as the people who harbor, aid, and abet them. We are making unprecedented investments in our family islands. And Madam Speaker, we are led by a Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister who are family island boys, so we would have it no other way. We are continuing to demolish old structures in downtown Nassau and redevelop the area. We are developing a new, modern curriculum for our schools from first grade straight up to 12. And we are continuing to invest in education. Pardon me. Yeah.
That's a lot of things.
That's a long list. I believe that's why the people was a little upset. And it's more. Madam Speaker, our plans for the upcoming year, like I previously stated, is a building block of the foundation we have already made in our progress. And Madam Speaker, that is just a brief summary of a few key things that this budget will deliver. In the near future, we will also announce details on our plans for energy reform. And this is exciting news for all the people, and that's probably all of us, and all of the businesses who've been clamoring for lower bills and more stable electricity. Madam Speaker, we're delivering these major changes for the Bahamian people while increasing government revenues, without introducing taxes on lower income or middle class families. We are launching so many first ever policies and programs while lowering the budget deficit. Madam Speaker, we're changing the status quo for fiscal prudence and sound management of government finances, while still managing to be one of the most productive administrations in our nation's history. This Davis administration has set a new standard for government fiscal performance. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Labor and Public Service, like the rest of the government, is fully locked in and dedicated to changing the status quo for the entire Bahamian workforce. And our track record to date speaks for itself. It is quite fitting that this budget debate has started in the middle of Labor Week. Tomorrow, we will join laborers on the road as we celebrate Randall Fox Labor Day. I look forward to being out there with the labor leaders, stakeholders, and partners who have joined us in uplifting and empowering Bahamian workers. The atmosphere, Madam Speaker, we anticipate will be celebratory because we will be celebrating Bahamian workers, and we will also be celebrating the most harmonious labor relations this country has seen in quite a number of years. Our open door policy and regular meetings with trade unions and employer confederations has resulted in less adversarial tactics and more genuine negotiation with a desire for mutual progress. I believe, Madam Speaker, that we all want the same thing, a more fulfilled and empowered workforce. And we're dedicated each and every day to achieving that objective. And I will say that this is a stark contrast to labor relations when we came in office. There had not been one trade union agreement signed in over 4 years, not a single agreement. And I know that every now and then the side opposite tries to focus on the pace that we register agreements or any occasional hiccups that may come in the negotiation process. But considering their lack of achievement during their entire 4 years as relates to labor, we would think that they would remain quiet. They consistently choose to nitpick and grasp at straws when it comes to our track record. But, Madam Speaker, there's a story that I'd like to share that is, I think, better than any response I can give to any attacks that they come up with. And I hope the member for Freetown doesn't mind me sharing this story. But the member of Freetown once told me that when he worked along with Mr. Obie Ferguson, and both the member for Freetown and Mr. Ferguson are my former lecturers when I studied employment law. Mr. Obie Ferguson is the president of the Trade Union Congress, and he shared a statement with the member for Freetown that I can never forget, and obviously the member hasn't. And it's a memorable statement that says, the worst day for labor under the PLP is better than the best day for labor under the FNM. Madam Speaker, that statement says it best, and our track record speaks for itself. We have registered 30 industrial agreements in less than 3 years. We have signed in the past week and have a couple more on the way in coming weeks. And this is a record-breaking pace, Madam Speaker. And the real difference maker when it comes to our 30 agreements and their 0 agreements is really quite simple. We see trade unions as our partners in securing better compensation and benefits and protecting the rights of Bahamian workers, while many people tell me that the side opposite often treated our union leaders as if they were opponents. Madam Speaker, we don't come to the negotiation table with arrogance or ready to dismiss what our labor leaders have to say. We come with one objective. That is, how can we realistically come to an agreement to make life better for our workers? That's the simple approach. That is the simple approach, Madam Speaker, that works wonders. Nurses and teachers didn't get promotions, did not get promotions for years. But thanks to our successful negotiations, they have received much needed increases in salaries and benefits. Our uniform branches, Madam Speaker, also benefited from these agreements. In fact, thousands of public servants benefited from these agreements in every ministry. I would like to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank our Director of Labor, Howard Thompson, his team at the Department of Labor, our team of labor relations consultants led by Mr. Bernard Evans, all the labor consultants across the Ministry of Labor and Public Service for staying ahead of any growing concerns and maintaining what we call a proactive approach to labor relations with the goal of establishing solidarity between all stakeholders on behalf of Bahamian workers. Madam Speaker, when we came into office, there was a huge promotions backlog, and there had been no public service-wide promotion for 8 years, more than 8 years. Madam Speaker, there were even more reclassifications and confirmations pending, and there still remain a few. But some of these matters were going on for over 10 years, and in extreme cases, people have been waiting as long as 20 years for matters to be resolved. And as you can imagine, an employee morale for promotion or confirmation in waiting so long must be low. To be stuck in limbo, but to be stuck in limbo at no fault of their own. These individuals were lost in the system. They did everything they were supposed to do, but somehow the system kept failing them and they kept falling through the cracks. But Madam Speaker, since coming to office, we have cleared up 1,000 promotions from the backlog. We have cleared up 1,000 general promotions. We have cleared up many other long-standing reclassifications and confirmations. We rolled out the first public service-wide promotional exercise in over 8 years, and out of the service-wide promotion, as of today, 1,137 clerical public service employees were a part of that promotional exercise. So, Madam Speaker, while time has passed and many of these public servants did not receive promotions, we provided them with double promotions with the accompanying pay increases because they had already fulfilled the requirements and earned these 2 promotions. Altogether, this exercise resulted in $18 million additional dollars in the public servants' pockets. This number does not include hundreds of general promotions. It does not include executive promotions. We have had over 850 regular promotions during the same time frame. Because as we roll out the public service-wide promotion and clear the backlog, we also have to keep up with the current schedule of regular promotions so they don't get added onto the backlog, Madam Speaker. And as a result of our work in clearing the backlog, we are now filling the hollow middle within the public service that was created by the lack of promotions. So I have heard, Madam Speaker, I think it was the member for Marco City that made a statement speaking to the public service needing to be right-sized and the issues in the public service in terms of capacity. Well, Madam Speaker, that issue came as a result of lack of promotions, lack of upward mobility in our public service, which thereby created a hollow middle. And that is what we are seeking to fix as a result of the promotions that we have processed and those that are still in the pipeline. Madam Speaker, we had people at the top and we had people at entry level which promotions had not been happening, so the middle level positions within the service remained unfilled. And this resulted in persons having to perform duties that were above their title and above their pay grade, and we hear public service lament this. But now those employees have the title and the pay to match the responsibilities as we fill the gaps in our public service. Madam Speaker, I have to thank an amazing permanent secretary, Ms. Gina Thompson, in the Ministry of Public Service. And I must take the opportunity to thank the entire team at Ministry of Public Service and Labor, and I will call them by name: Chandel Johnson, Monique Bethel, Michelle Hanlon, Kenya Lang, Deborah Folks, Paula Russell, Fanil Smith, Nicola Watson, Micheline Dacius, Stacy Farrington, Carla Flowers, Elizabeth Parks, Betty Sutherland Brown, Bernadette Brown, Arlene Cartwright-Poitier, Natasha Dean, Elizabeth Keju, and our undersecretaries, Lisa Hall and Renee Bullard. At the Department of Labor, Tanya Sherman, Kenneth Wilkinson, Van Delaney, Simone Thurston, Esponchel Etienne, Teresa Johnson, Michael Colebrook, Leslie Curtis, Margot Jarrett, Sonia Arthur, Monique Adley, Kevin Nesbitt, and Norma Cartwright. Madam Speaker, I took the time to name that team. And I also want to ensure that I thank the hardworking teams at the Public Service as well as the Public Service Commission, led by Reverend Moultrie, for their hard work. And now, to put it in perspective, Madam Speaker, we have a team of less than 200 people who manage the HR affairs of over 23,000 public servants across the archipelago. And within this current manual or analog or paper-based system, we have achieved these results with pure effort and hard work and focused support of some of those people I name are consultants. So I hear the conversation of consultants coming up, Madam Speaker. But if it wasn't for the consultants within the Ministry of Public Service and Labor, we would not have made such a significant dent in the backlog of public service matters. Madam Speaker, it took and continues to take a lot of early mornings, late nights, and weekends to get the work to this point. We must ensure, Madam Speaker, though, that we change the system so that these long delays and the frustrations of our public servants are a thing of the past. And that, Madam Speaker, is where our digitalization efforts come in. Thus far, we have completed over 1 million scans as we implement our digital document management solution. Just a few weeks ago, we rolled out the Cloud Bahamas system, which digitalizes government HR and payroll systems. And I've seen some pushback on that as well, but Madam Speaker, we are, as a government and as a public service, in a place where we must digitalized in order for productivity and efficiency, but also, Madam Speaker, for accountability, and which I know will realize savings of resources to our government. At the end of the process, we will completely change the way government HR works. After years of talk about digitalization, we are finally making it happen across the entire government. So I want to thank teams at the Ministry of Finance, including our financial secretary, who is leading the charge, as well as Minister Halkitis and the team at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Department of Transformation and Digitalization, for working with us to make this happen. Madam Speaker, we are in a critical place in our financial and HR management systems as we move from analog to digital. For this process to fully live up to its potential, we need the buy-in of all public servants. Now, I know change can be uncomfortable and inconvenient, but we know that change is needed for progress. Public servants, you have my assurance that you will be supported. The necessary change management and training processes are already underway to ensure that everyone is informed and equipped to take advantage of this progress. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once integrated, the Cloud Bahamas system will bring the government, HR, and financial services into the 21st century in terms of digitalization. Our hardworking public servants, Madam Speaker, deserve to be compensated in proportion to what they do. So within this year, we will conduct a salary review of the entire public service. The process will result in identifying ways we can increase salaries at every level of the public service, from entry level up to executive salaries. Madam Speaker, this will help us to provide more competitive pay when we talk about attracting and retaining talent in key areas like our uniform branches, our teachers, our nurses, our specialized technical and financial staff. Our hardworking public servants not only deserve to be compensated in proportion to what they do, but they deserve it because we have understood that for far too long, the public service pay scale has been what we considered on the lower end. But Madam Speaker, it won't happen overnight. We're taking the steps necessary to move public servant salaries in the right direction. Along with better pay, we're developing better training opportunities through the ministry as well as other agencies and institutions. Training and education will be a huge priority moving forward as we seek to upskill the public service and encourage public servants to engage in career development courses through PASHAD, as well as the NTA, BTVI, and UB's Public Service Scholar Program. Madam Speaker, financial sustainability is a major priority for this administration. We must ensure that our government programs are here for the long run. We see that this government's new approach to state-owned operations, and we will see this with our introduction, Madam Speaker, of a contributory pension plan. Each year, the pension line item is growing. The current non-contributory pension model is a one-sided cost taken on fully by the government. Our retirees absolutely need their pensions, Madam Speaker. However, projections indicate that without reforms, the liability for these pensions will grow unmanageable in coming years. So we must take heed to these warnings. And Madam Speaker, we don't want to continue to kick the can down the road like past administrations did with NIB until the situation becomes dire. So just like we are the government who will fix NIB, we will now be the government that ensures that the public servant pension scheme remains sustainable for the long haul. To ensure that retirees continue to have robust benefits, we will, in this fiscal period, introduce a contributory pension scheme. What this means is that public servants will be able to make contributions to their pension fund each month. Benefits will generally be better than the existing scheme, and pension payments will be proportionate to the amount contributed. The more you contribute, the more you will receive. In traveling, Madam Speaker, to forums around the world, and it's important that we travel as we roll out new initiatives as well, because we want to be able to benchmark, Madam Speaker. The issue that we have found in traveling and meeting with counterparts, the issue of sustainability for social support and pension systems comes up often in our conversations. This is indeed a global issue, especially as countries deal with aging populations that are more dependent on social services and pensions. I recently spoke to a representative from a Latin American country, and he said that their version of their national insurance fund, which is in their country 80 years old, has now become unsustainable due to the same demographic changes. So, Madam Speaker, we're not alone in the issues that we are experiencing. Over 50 years since we first developed these schemes as an independent nation, it's now time for a change. In embracing a contributory model, we will ensure that our public servants receive more robust benefits when they retire. For those who are on the current pension scheme, you will still receive the benefits you have accrued when you retire. The contributory pension will be in addition to what you've already earned. For those who this applies to, you will receive your existing pension, your contributory pension, and your NIB benefits. New employees will be added directly to the contributory pension plan as a replacement to the existing plan. If there is anyone who is considering leaving the civil service in the future, once this change is in place, you need not worry about leaving your benefits behind, because the new contributory plan will be mobile. So if you decide to move to the private sector, you can take it with you and continue contributing to it. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, our accommodations unit is still hard at work to improve working conditions for public servants across the country. We have seen great progress, but there remains much work still to be done. For example, most of the offices that were located in Charlotte House have now been relocated into the new corporate center on University Drive, where they are equipped with modern facilities and have more space for growth. Similar moves have occurred across the country, and public servants are being moved to upgraded, cleaner, and healthier environments with modern facilities to enhance productivity. The accommodations unit is also disengaging leases for premises that are underutilized or no longer serve their purpose. In the long run, as we consolidate office spaces and cut unnecessary leases, we look to generate savings for the government. Both Public Service and the Department of Labor will be moving to new premises during this upcoming fiscal year. This is a consolidation exercise, bringing together teams that may not be working in the same premises currently. This move, Madam Speaker, allows for organizational restructuring, allowing us to address areas of attrition where there are retirement of people or people nearing retiring age. We are ensuring that there are understudies who can replace them as we put succession plans in place. This move also allows for planned growth of our teams, providing modern facilities and allowing the ministry to set a new standard as the leader of all things labor and human resources in our country. Madam Speaker, when all of our work is done, we'll be looking at a completely transformed and reformed public service. Madam Speaker, our plans for labor are equally ambitious. We are already leading the way in many ways. When we travel internationally, Madam Speaker, we get very positive feedback on the way we have handled our labor relations. Our success is unparalleled, and other nations are looking to us now for solutions. We are the first country in the entire region to roll out a second-generation decent work country program. This program includes enhanced social dialogue with stakeholders, which we have initiated. It includes improved governance, which speaks to our upcoming reforms to key legislation and regulations like the Employment Act, Industrial Relations Act, and general orders. And it includes training and workforce development. As part of the Decent Work Country program, we will be launching the first ever national apprenticeship program before the end of 2024. I'd like to thank National Tripartite Council Chair Ms. Sharon Martin and the team at the NTC and the NTC Secretariat who have worked tirelessly to lay the foundation for this program, as well as Executive Manager of Special Projects at the Department of Labor, Mr. Robert Farquharson. I'd also like to thank Ms. Michelle Malcolm, who's leading the charge in the development of this National Apprenticeship Program. The National Apprenticeship Program will permanently change the national approach to training and apprenticeships. Earlier this year, in fact, just a few weeks ago, we passed the Apprenticeship Act 2024, which established the legislative framework for this program. The Act established sector skills councils, which are private sector partners who will identify the training needs in each identified sector and leverage their experience and specialized knowledge to assist us in developing training programs and industry-specific standards for apprentices. The program will also have inspectors whose sole job will be to enter any premises where apprenticeships are taking place and examine processes and records to ensure compliance. Employers and HR managers around the country are noting with great concern the quality of applicants for entry-level positions. There's concern that our chronic educational, training, and social challenges have created segments of our population that are unemployable. Studies done by our consultants and developmental agencies confirm this. Madam Speaker, we are at a critical juncture as a nation. Our unemployment drops lower, but we must come to terms with where our limits are in terms of employability. There's a problem. There's not a problem that we can, this is just not a problem that we can sit back and do nothing about, Madam Speaker. So we are taking action through the National Apprenticeship Program, which is designed to provide an holistic approach. Madam Speaker, we have pre-apprenticeship training as a module of the National Apprenticeship Program, which will include academic skills, financial skills education, mental health support, and soft skills training, in addition to the job-specific technical training. This is what is needed for many of our young people and entry-level employees to enter work environments. They will receive this training prior to them ever stepping foot in a workplace. And after this training, the paid apprenticeship period will kick in, and they will learn job-specific technical skills as they embrace a new career of their choosing. Madam Speaker, we are launching a pilot in the maritime sector before the end of the year. We project that over 100 Bahamians will take part in this pilot for various roles in the maritime sector. The response from employers has been great, and we are grateful. And we already have companies like Carnival, Royal Caribbean, and Disney on board. For the following budget cycle, we will expand the National Apprenticeship Program to include health and allied services, construction and auto mechanics, hospitality and tourism, and information communication technology. The credentials apprentices receive at the end of their training will be highly sought after and valued. All certifications will be accredited. Each and every one will be benchmarked by NACOB, and where possible, they will have international recognition as well. Madam Speaker, we see the National Apprenticeship Program as an historic institution that has the potential to reshape labor and the landscape of labor in the Bahamas. The program will be available to Bahamian citizens and work-eligible residents 16 and up. And if anyone is worried that they may not fit in, they should know that the National Apprenticeship Program is inclusive. There will be diverse representation for men, women, family islanders, people living with disabilities, youth, and people with criminal records. We will support and guide them along the way. And our sole objective is to see our apprentices succeed. Madam Speaker, in addition to the National Apprenticeship Program, there are many other free training opportunities available, including programs at the National Training Agency, BTVI, and the University of the Bahamas. The Department of Labor also hosts on a regular basis free training. Just last week, the department hosted an employability workshop to help with resume writing, interview skills, and job seeking. Despite it being free, Madam Speaker, attendance could have been better. So I encourage members of the public to show up and take part in these free workshops. I'm sure my colleagues and I get messages all the time saying, I need a job, help me to find a job. But in order for you to engage a job, you have to be actively engaged in looking, actively engaged in the process, actively engaging in free opportunities for training that our government provides. Participants at these trainings are provided with invaluable insights from HR experts who have helped many people to find jobs. So I also encourage job seekers to come out to the Labor on the Block job fairs, where you can speak directly with employers and in some instances be hired on the spot, but also to be added to our digital job portal and National Skills Bank to be alerted future opportunities. Madam Speaker, in this fiscal period, we are looking to expand our Skills Bank through a PR campaign. Our Skills Bank plays a critical role in helping us to identify qualified Bahamians and match them with job opportunities. Currently, we have hundreds of available jobs in our portal with no Bahamians identified to fill those roles. This speaks to the employability issue, but it also highlights the need for more Bahamians to sign up to be listed on our portal, no matter where you are in the world, so that we can access Skills Bank of Bahamians across the globe and match them with potential opportunities for employment. Madam Speaker, during our midterm debate, budget debate, we announced the formation of the Notice of Vacancy Policy Enforcement Unit. Employers who go through the Notice of Vacancy process must first establish that there are no qualified Bahamians interested in a post before identifying a Bahamian understudy as a prerequisite to hiring a non-Bahamian to fill the role. And Madam Speaker, the law has actually always made this a requirement. However, enforcement has been the challenge. There's been no personnel at the Department of Labor whose sole responsibility is to ensure that identified Bahamian understudies are being actively trained, monitored, and prepared for the role. This government has always believed, and the PLP has always believed, that Bahamians are capable of performing at the highest levels. That was the belief at the root of the Bahamianization policies under Sir Lyndon Pinling. Here we are decades later, and Bahamians are more educated and more qualified than ever. In 2024, we will not accept the notion that finding qualified and interested Bahamians is impossible for a wide range of jobs. We cannot accept companies who fulfill the requirements on paper, but bring the same non-Bahamian employee back year after year. Then, when you finally check on the identified Bahamian understudy, you find out they were not being prepared to take over the role at all. Ignoring qualified Bahamians for jobs in our own country is not the kind of status quo we will ever allow to stand. Madam Speaker, this administration is fighting to secure these opportunities for Bahamians through the Notice of Vacancy Policy Enforcement Unit, and our Director of Labor is actively leading this charge. We are still finalizing the framework of this unit, Madam Speaker, but even in its current state, the unit is actively denying applications where we can identify qualified Bahamians. In fact, we recently rescinded approval for an employee of a major organization. We revoked their status because we identified that Bahamians could absolutely fill that role. This is true for jobs at many levels, Madam Speaker. So we have inspectors traveling to these properties, actively investigating these matters, and all we ask is that employers follow the law. All we ask is that you give Bahamians a fair chance to secure employment and climb up the corporate ladder. We fully understand that there will be cases, for example, with certain specialized roles where it may be difficult or impossible to fill the role locally. But we support and invite anyone who wants to positively contribute to our economy and our nation to make their contributions, but not at the expense of our labor laws, and definitely not at the expense of qualified Bahamians. Madam Speaker, my ministry engaged and is working closely with a number of top human resources consultants who are driving labor reforms at every level. These consultants are doing the focused groundwork and compiling the data to inform our decisions. We are in a time of rapid change, and we need top talent working with us to build the foundation for future labor success. Madam Speaker, we must consider now reforms to laws, regulations, and HR policies. We must explore changes to organizational safety and health standards. For example, given the recent heat wave we've experienced, how do we respond to employees and the danger posed by thermal stress? Are there uniform changes that we can mandate for outdoor workers? Are there changes in hours or shifts worked that must be explored? In this rapid change environment, we must be open to rethinking and reimagining everything. However, our work will not be done in isolation. We are constantly in communication with our tripartite partners, as well as the private sector, to inform our approach. Next month, I will invite a group of stakeholders, including trade unions, the National Tripartite Council, Department of Labor representatives, employer confederations, the Ministry of Finance, the Attorney General's Office, state-owned enterprises, and representatives from other relevant stakeholders to meet, dialogue, address the key issues, and produce a white paper on legislative and policy reformation over the course of that week. Madam Speaker, we will chart the course as we navigate the triple transition of climate change, digital transformation, and social change from a labor perspective, and map out a plan for progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular Goal number 8, which speaks to promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. As a key step to taking on these challenges, we must have the right laws in place, Madam Speaker. We're doing exceptional work, but we have to roll out legislative and systemic changes to create a permanent change, Madam Speaker, so that we don't find ourselves back in the same predicament of excessive backlogs. Key deliverables coming out of this symposium will be recommendation on changes to the Employment Act, the Industrial Relations Act, general orders, public service regulations, and antiquated public service policies that are impeding progress. Madam Speaker, some of our laws date back to 1971. We have evolved as a country and as a workforce, and our legislative change is important to ensure that we sustain a good and strong and decent labor force for the future of our country. Madam Speaker, we will continue our efforts at Public Service and the Department of Labor to move away from the Nassau-centric approach in the past and travel more frequently to family islands to directly engage with our family islanders, hear their issues, get their feedback, and better develop solutions for the entire Bahamas. Our Director of Labor is again leading that charge, where he has visited Grand Bahama and spent time there to understand the issues, and is scheduled to visit all of our family islands, in particular where our Department of Labor is based, for a hands-on and proactive approach to the way we do labor. We will also continue to make our presence felt on the global stage. Internationally, we are leading the way on industrial relations and collective bargaining. Regionally, we are leading the way with the implementation of our second-generation Decent Work Country program. We are making amazing progress on modernization and digitalization, and we are active contributors on the global stage. In fact, Madam Speaker, next week I will be leading a tripartite delegation comprised of government, trade union, and employer confederation representatives to the International Labor Conference in Geneva, and some of them have already gone ahead. And this is where we will be sharing our successes and plans for the future with our global counterparts. The ILO continues to be a valued partner we are working closely with to ensure that our work is benchmarked against the highest international standards. As we deliver our transformative labor and public service agenda, we have committed to sound fiscal management. For the current fiscal year, we have stayed within budget. And for the upcoming budget cycle, the major increase to our budget is reflected primarily by the increases in salaries for public servants. There has been recent talk regarding increasing budget allocations for consultants, but I would like to note that within the Ministry of Labor and Public Service, the increased allocations for consultants are primarily related to the implementation of our new National Apprenticeship Program, bringing the necessary expertise for successful execution. We will continue, Madam Speaker, to move forward with our progressive, transformative labor and public service agenda while demonstrating fiscal prudence and sound fiscal management. Madam Speaker, if you will permit, I would like to briefly touch on the wonderful Golden Gates constituency, my beloved Golden Gates. Our empowerment, education, and enterprise initiatives are still going strong. In the past year, we have had after-school classes, entrepreneurial seminars, summer camp, a hot meals program, a young men's scholarship program, and matinee trips to local theaters with our seniors. This year, under our pillar of empowerment, we are partnering with Oak Tree Medical to launch the first Golden Gates healthcare program, which will include cost-effective health plans to cover services that range from physical examinations, laboratory services, imaging services, mammograms, pap smears, prostate screenings, colon cancer screenings, bone density tests, ECGs and EKGs, mental health screenings, nutrition and dietary advice, pharmacy services, surgical suites, rehab, physical therapy, urgent care, and other in-demand services, ensuring that we empower the Golden Gates constituents to live their best and healthiest lives will always be a priority for me. We will continue to support educational initiatives in the constituency, working closely with the YEP Southwest region, collaborating with our scholarship partners to provide college scholarships for constituents, and continuing our ongoing partnership with the Sybil Strawn Primary School. And I want to say that we're currently working along with the Minister and the Ministry of Education on some exciting new developments. We will continue, Madam Speaker, to keep Golden Gates clean, green, and pristine. And we will continue to promote and support our crime-free and conflict resolution zone and youth mentorship programs. Every week, we maintain our door-to-door approach of constituency engagement, ensuring that we are hearing directly from the people. Madam Speaker, as we prepare for hurricane season that is projected to be very active, I encourage every constituent to reach out to our constituency office if you are in need of assistance to ensure that your home is safe and secure. My Golden Gates babies should look out for another great summer at our Cultural Enrichment Summer Camp, Report Card Rewards event, and our usual free ice cream all summer long. And although I will be out of country next week, Madam Speaker, I want the fathers of Golden Gates to know that my team will be going door to door, delivering your very special Father's Day gift just from me. Under our enterprise pillar, I am proud to announce the revitalization of the Golden Gates Farmers Market, also known as the Blue Hills Fish Market, in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources and the Nassau Cruise Port. There will be a revamped layout, new buildings, stalls for vendors, proper waste disposal and sanitation facilities, and mandatory training. The market will feature fresh seafood, locally grown produce, Bahamian-made crafts, and delicious native dishes. There will be a new restroom facility, new restaurants, and a kids and family zone. We are partnering with the Royal Bahamas Police Force to ensure that it is a crime-free, drug-free, healthy family environment, including the introduction of CCTVs. We are partnering with the adjacent Vision Academy Preschool in collaboration with BAIC to start a community garden that will be tended by the preschoolers. The Nassau Cruise Port has committed to featuring the market as a location for tourists to visit once the revitalization process is done, to encourage enterprise and drive commercial activity within the market. Madam Speaker, I met with vendors of the market earlier this week, and every vendor will be licensed and have all the necessary documents, vetting, and inspections to operate legitimately. We are providing support for this process through the Golden Gates Constituency Office, and this includes all of the necessary health and food handler certifications and licenses. In the near future, the Golden Gates Farmers Market will be relaunched as the fish fry of the South. I thank the Nassau Cruise Port, BAIC, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Royal Bahamas Police Force for helping us to make this happen. Madam Speaker, our goal is to position the Ministry of Labor and the Public Service as the national leader for all things related to labor and human resources in our country. This requires us to reimagine what the public service and labor departments can be. When our work is done, the only impact that truly matters is the impact we had on the people, because for us, it's always about the people. I believe this administration is doing the necessary work to make people's lives better. We have a Prime Minister who understands that empowering Bahamians is how we will succeed as a nation. We have a Deputy Prime Minister who has led successful businesses and understands that workers are the lifeblood of any organization, including the government. We have a cabinet and parliamentary team that is fully locked in, working hard and dedicated to changing the status quo. I am proud to be a part of this team that has changed life in this country for the better, and we are not done yet, Madam Speaker. We have 2 more years to go. I close today by leaving my colleagues with the words of the Apostle Paul in the book of Romans chapter 12. Do not conform to the pattern of this world. When we commit to changing the status quo, Madam Speaker, we have to go against the grain. For example, we have to ensure that the wealthy are paying their fair share of taxes when past governments have preserved a system that supported wealthy in not paying their fair share. We have to enforce laws that no one wanted to enforce before because we believe in a just and a fair society. We will have to take on long-standing arrangements that are no longer working in the interests of the people, but serve the interests of the elite who fight us tooth and nail to keep things as they are. If we are to continue on our quest to deliver a new day for the people of Bahamas, we cannot conform to the patterns that we met in place. We must keep pushing. We must keep fighting. We must keep standing on the side of fairness and justice. That is how we change the status quo. That is how we change lives. And that is how we secure a better future for our Bahama land. So, Madam Speaker, today, I wholeheartedly, Golden Gates wholeheartedly supports the 2024-25 national budget and the transformative change agenda of this Davis administration. And Madam Speaker, if you'll permit me, because I know I've only used half of my allotted time, I would like to take the opportunity to invite workers across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas who are able and available to join us tomorrow at our Randall Fox Labor Day Parade that will begin promptly from Windsor Park at 8 a.m. We encourage all stakeholders. I look forward to joining our stakeholders in trade unions, our stakeholders in employer confederations, and of course our workers, in a spirit of tripartism and a spirit of solidarity. Tomorrow we celebrate the lifeblood of our nation, our workers. Our focus is emblematic of our belief that labor is the driving force and the most powerful force behind societal good and societal change. So I invite workers, I invite my colleagues across the country to join us tomorrow as we celebrate Randall Fox Labor Day in a celebratory mode in our parade, as we simultaneously celebrate the birthday of our Honorable Prime Minister. So I know that this will be a great celebratory mode tomorrow, and I want to say to members of the country that every Labor Day historically, there are showers of blessings. Do not let that deter you. We will be out in numbers, and we look for you to join us. Madam Speaker, Grand Bahama joins, and they are meeting at Christ the King, and we anticipate another big, Grand Bahama does it big as well, another big Labor Day parade there, and of course on every island across our archipelago. We invite you to celebrate Saranda Fox Labor Day with us. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to present in this honorable place. God bless you. God bless our country, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know we would have lost a bit of time due to various factors, and so I will do my best to keep it brief.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
My colleagues, please bear with me also. All of a sudden I've had a sinus attack, and I tried to take something, so I hope it doesn't have a negative effect on my speech. Madam Speaker, before I really begin the meat of my speech, I just want to stand here and say how it is a great privilege to stand on behalf of my Yamacraw constituents. I thank them most wholeheartedly for giving me the opportunity to serve, and with their continued support, Madam Speaker, we will make the constituency of Yamacraw one of the best in this country. That is my aim. As I present this report for the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources as the Minister of State, it is my hope that the honorable members and the public will understand how this ministry has tried to put the government's vision for a better, brighter, more beautiful Bahamas into action. Madam Speaker, when reviewing the theme for this year's budget, changing the status quo, changing lives, one would have to consider how things are, where we are, and how we intend to do things differently and make lives even better in the Bahamas. In review of recent history, Madam Speaker, the country was in a terrible crisis, as we all know. Unemployment was at its highest numbers, followed by lockdowns and curfews. We know the feeling of those things as mentioned over and repeatedly. We know that our children were impacted, and this touched almost every life or almost every family in this country as our children were out of school for more than a year. Our economy had just been downgraded again. Some of the pundits forecasted that we would have to have an increase in VAT to make up for the revenue loss after the lockdowns and curfews. There was a prediction that the New Day plan to increase VAT to 10% was, in quote, an Alice in Wonderland dream. We all know, and some are still traumatized by this recent history. I understood the doubters, but by now, many of them that I've spoken to commend us for the hard work of this New Day administration, led by Prime Minister Davis and our Deputy Prime Minister, I. Chester Cooper. They comment on how we have turned things around in this country and have demonstrated the values, compassion, and focused leadership that are traits, and many Bahamians have longed for these traits. Madam Speaker, through decisive action, we were able to rescue our economy, offer relief to Bahamians, and pull the country back from the brink of disaster. A record number of visitors and people wanting to live here is partly due to new horizons we have targeted for direct travel and increased offices that we have opened in foreign destinations. Hotel owners boast of record numbers, and taxi and tour car drivers, among many others in the industry, are working around the clock to respond to the tourism needs. Jobs have not only increased in the tourism sector, but also through the employment of hundreds of new police officers and Defense Force officers, including other once hollow public sector areas. I hear the wrangling about the Prime Minister's proposal on bi-monthly pay in a speech, but as a former unionist, many members wanted this to be considered, I can tell you from my perspective and experience. And because it's being announced as a consideration, this does not mean that it will be implemented without the necessary consultation with stakeholders. You see, Madam Speaker, the watchword for this budget is change. Some are still baffled at how we are able to accomplish so much in less than 3 years, especially for the workers of this country who saw the increase of minimum wage twice under a recent PLP or recent PLP administrations. And now a review for more steps towards a livable wage as announced with the good member for Golden Gates. I commend our work in this area from the union perspective. While the Doubting Thomases, like it was mentioned, from East Grand Bahama, the Bahamas is doing well, but they speak of doom and gloom. The doom and gloom from the Bahamas, it seemed that they're hoping that this administration would fail and that the country would fail. And they're opposing everything we do just so that they can probably one day say, see, I told you so. It's not a good bet to make. You don't bet against the Bahamian people. The member for East Grand Bahama has been so wrong on so many of his projections and calculations on record, Madam Speaker. I now realize that this is the same Minister of State for Finance who was advising PM Minas, the competent authority, on finances. Now he is advising Pintard, or the member for Marco City, on finances. What a dilemma. And he chooses to continue his fear-mongering to the Bahamian people, just like in the beginning, even before we came into office. And I'd like to refer for the record, Madam Speaker, a newspaper clipping. It's from a press statement from the Ministry of Finance. This is March 8, 2021. I'd like to highlight some of this fear-mongering that we are continually still hearing, and this was before we got into power.
Are you adopting, Honorable Member?
I would adopt this, yes. And of course, lay, Madam Speaker. He says in this that the opposition, and this is quotes from the article, the opposition's plan, he was talking about us, would lead to a dramatic fall off in revenue, likely in excess of $100 million during their proposed 12-month period. That's what he predicted, that in 12 months, 1 year after he came in office, that there would be a dramatic fall in revenue because of the VAT decrease by $100 million during a 12-month period. But that didn't happen. The 12-month period will only destabilize the country, strong word, Madam Speaker, destabilize the economy, causing the PLP to have no choice in 12 months, he predicted, to return VAT to 12% the following year, or increasing to 15%. The article goes on. A 2% cut in VAT does not guarantee that additional spending needed and will not be sufficient to achieve the amount of economic activity to replace the loss in revenue. Wrong again. He said this is completely, he called the decrease in VAT to 10%. It is completely irresponsible. Strong words. He asks the fear-mongering, Which existing programs will be cut to make up for this $100 million loss of revenue? Will they cut back on the free tuition to UB or the BTVI students? Will that then happen? Will they cut back on the extension of free private school or free private preschool grants for Bahamian mothers? Will that then happen? Will they cut back on the benefits under NHI? That didn't happen. Will they cut back on critical family island infrastructure? Will they cut civil servant salaries and benefits? And everything that he predicted, the opposite occurred under this administration. Madam Speaker, indulge me for one or two more sentences. This F&M government, it goes on to say, does not play dangerous games with the fiscal health of the country. Their plan, he said, has been clear and effective. This is their plan that they had no intention of increasing any salaries for anyone, or decreasing VAT, or giving any relief to the Bahamian people, or, like they say, in that year, it wasn't about focusing on the poor. They said, and the next time they will do it. He said, we must take care of our people by providing necessary support. The plan calls for better tax enforcement. So they cry when we enforce taxes to say we're hurting persons, but he said they're going to do more tax enforcement. Managing our expenses, it goes on, with more focus on public-private partnerships. He criticized that just as sitting before and said there was no structure for public-private partnerships. But this was what he said. He said there is no magic bullet for the Bahamas or quick fix, doom and gloom. Unlike the other side, he said, we are not in the business of selling dreams. Well, they sure sold nightmares. That's what they sold to the Bahamian people. I like the latest document.
Did the document be brought up?
That's who was advising the new leader who wants to be prime minister. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to paint a picture that what we are saying isn't new. It's repetitive behavior. The fear-mongering continues, and it seems like it's now getting a bit hostile. Bahamians, stay focused, because we are. So, Madam Speaker, our hard work and dedication is sought to bring real results that Bahamians can touch and feel, including our affordable housing projects that were initiated. The math is simple for this. We built many homes, they built none. And more homes for Bahamians are on the horizon. As a former teacher and administrator for over 2 decades, I can tell you the great impact of the student breakfast program in this country, Madam Speaker, where over 100,000 free breakfasts were provided to primary school children all over the country. I can tell you that as a teacher, as a former teacher. Breakfast, as we know, is still the most important meal of the day. And teachers can tell you the increased focus of our children when they are functioning on a full belly. As a former labor unionist for almost the same length of time, I can tell you that the record-breaking 27 labor agreements in just over 2 years is unprecedented. And it shows a commitment to the workers in this country in the most meaningful way, that more money is in their pockets and more money is in their homes. They didn't take care of the poor. They did not take care of the unions. So the question remains, if the workers nor the poor people in your country were being taken care of, then who were you taking care of? I've contended in this House that the opposition has no moral authority to speak about unions in this country, especially as we approach the 63rd Labor Day celebration. None. No moral authority. All of them will now sit over there sat comfortably in the same manner and ignored the cries of workers. Right now, the only noise they're making is to oppose everything that we do. 0 agreements in 4.5 years. Bahamians, the same Minister of Finance, as I said, under the administration, the Minister administration, sitting right over there. Well, he would have been sitting over there, but he left right after we started. Sitting right over there. He is now advising the member from Marco City on finances, and is now the expert on finances in this country. Bahamians, stay focused. The same person is preaching to the Bahamian people after he has exercised his position, or in that position, what he claims to be an expert in. The results are clear. Madam Speaker, our focus is also on youth. We truly believe that our children are the future. This administration have created yet another national program for our young people. A new National Youth Guard was established to contribute to our well-being in this country. Those proud recent graduates of the last cohort boast with national pride the immense enthusiasm about being a critical arm of our national development. We knew recovery alone was not enough. It is merely a stepping stone for something better. Our vision is to build an economy that includes more Bahamians and encourages more Bahamian ownership. The Prime Minister emphasized that no matter how tough our situation is, we cannot scale back our ambitions. Indeed, we find creative ways to tackle long-standing problems holding the country back. We see the need to take on issues that other persons or other administrations lack the courage to address. The one most recent. This is what changing the status quo means, Madam Speaker. It means changing the status quo to change lives for the better. In Grand Bahama, I don't want to belabor the point, but I must say, West Grand Bahama and Pine Ridge did an awesome job representing Grand Bahama in this place these last 2 days. I lived there for almost 15 years, Madam Speaker, so I can speak with some authority on the state of Grand Bahama. The minister outlined a plan for the future as a part of this means, and a part of this means challenging the Port Authority, as the Prime Minister has done, that has outstanding obligations for the Bahamian people. The politics of Grand Bahama defies the laws of mathematics, Madam Speaker, because in this case, it would seem that 2 is greater than 5. That's probably some math that East Grand Bahama would be familiar with. I would say again, Madam Speaker, the politics of Grand Bahama defies the laws of mathematics, because in the case of Grand Bahama, it would seem that 2 is greater than 5. They got 2 MPs in this administration. They had 5 in the last who were in cabinet, and 2 ministers of finance, and in here acting like they brand new. Madam Speaker, Bahamians, stay focused.
Stay focused.
I understand that the opposition have to protect their pride, but if the government and the Minister of Grand Bahama is doing a great job to make necessary reforms, then they too should applaud the work. After all, don't they live there and represent Grand Bahamians? My word to you, or to them, is to don't hate, participate. Join hands with the members who are making things better. Madam Speaker, Bahamians have said to me that we are indeed changing the status quo. We are also addressing our legacy electrical woes. Our goal is to bring comprehensive energy reform, and the Prime Minister is a fighter for Bahamian families, even in this aspect. I've been present while he insisted over and repeatedly that Bahamians must experience lower bills at the beginning of this process and not at the middle or the end. This changes the status quo of negotiations. Other critical areas, such as the eradication of shanty towns, which has been a long vexing problem in this country, is happening in real time. The Minister of Works has also shown that he is all about just results. We have committed to improving the healthcare structure in our country, including our mental health services. Listen, I want the opposition to know. All we want is for you to play fair. Don't fight this. Cheer for Minister Darville and his team, because that new hospital was long in coming for Grand Bahama. All of us know someone or may one day need the services of these facilities that they're finding time to critique. Madam Speaker, we have shown that our focus has been shifted from Nassau-centric policies to investing in the Family Islands. As an island boy, I understand and appreciate this focus deeply. We have so much opportunities, possibilities, and talent on the Family Islands that it would be foolish to ignore their most critical needs. The Prime Minister reminded us of how far we have come in under 3 years, yet acknowledged that there's still a long way to go. We outlined a clear and determined path forward for Bahamians, emphasizing that through unity and innovative solutions, we will continue to build a stronger and more inclusive Bahamas. I ensure my good people of Yamoussoukro and Bahamians far and wide that my confidence and optimism in this administration is not misplaced. The Bahamians, like myself, who are optimistic, are supported by their views by many foreign partners. And just to name a few, there are projects like Royal Caribbean's Royal Beach Club, as mentioned earlier, the Carnival Cruise Line Celebration Key Development, Disney's new entertainment facility in Eleuthera. And these represent significant commitments from leading global companies that are generating substantial opportunities for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, whilst we celebrate these achievements, we remain acutely aware of the challenges ahead. We are aware of the global inflation crisis that continue to impact our cost of living, but we are committed and focused on building an economy that offers more opportunities for Bahamian advancement and ownership. In our environmental initiatives, Madam Speaker, my report highlights the government's achievement and in this ministry and the efforts to assist the citizens of the Bahamas through improvements made to our environment. The Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources has within its portfolio the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, the Department of Forestry, the Department of Environmental Health Services, the Botanical Gardens, the Bahamas National Geographic Information Systems. And these agencies are responsible for a large number of services that govern and enhance many aspects of Bahamian life. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of State, I am pleased to serve alongside the substantive Minister, Minister Vaughan Miller, who will deliver the majority of information in this ministry. I, on the other hand, will focus on the work at the department that does not often get recognition. Yet, as we discovered during the pandemic, they are an essential partner or an essential department in this country. And I feel that it is time they be regarded as such. Madam Speaker, as a husband and a father, I've tried to inculcate my children on the importance of cleanliness. Indeed, the phrase cleanliness is next to godliness has also been endorsed by science. A number of scientists or scientific posits have claimed, a number of scientific papers posit that having a clean environment directly contributes to good mental health and physical well-being. We must not only care for our environment because the Bahamas is a major tourist destination, but also because doing so, we aid and empower ourselves. Honorable members will know that the Department of Environmental Health Services, usually referred to as DEHS, is committed to the promotion and maintenance of a clean, healthy environment and the protection of public health. Through the vigorous and consistent monitoring and application of the environmental education and enforcement, the department is engaged in the betterment of Bahamian society. One of the department's main duties is to keep the communities free of garbage and vermin. Madam Speaker, we know this is a challenge. Let us remember that only a few years ago, During the pandemic, the men and women of this department were declared essential workers and had to go to work with their colleagues on a regular basis during the pandemic. While others were given the luxury of working from home or on shifts that did not bring them into contact with people, our sanitation workers toiled, and despite, they took the risk. I have not forgotten their efforts, nor will we allow the Bahamian public to forget how very important their work is to all of us. With this in mind, during the upcoming fiscal year, the Ministry of Environment will put forward plans to further improve the collection of solid waste. And my God, we need improvement. But these are private contractors. I implore persons who are paid to do this work to do your job. The country is depending on you, and too often they hide behind the Member of Parliament, who people blame for not collecting garbage. It's unfair. The price that the Bahamian people pay for their service is awesome, I dare say, and it's unfair. So I'm asking garbage collector contractors, do your job. With this in mind, during the upcoming fiscal year of the environment, we will put forward plans to further improve this collection of solid waste. And these plans will first be seen to increase the efficiency of collection of residential waste, especially here in New Providence. Following that, the ministry will seek to have dump sites on several of the family islands turned into transfer stations and properly functioning landfills. At the moment, these plans are in their gestation stages, but I will keep my fellow ministers and the general public informed as we progress. What is already operational, Madam Speaker, is the Department of Health's Environmental Health Services hotline. The number is 302-5240. 302-5240. That is the hotline for the Department of Environmental Health complaints and operational complaints. Calling this number allows the general public to report residential garbage, green waste, and derelict vehicles that need to be collected. Further, the department has 12 additional personnel as monitors to ensure a more efficient and timely collection of residential waste. Stay tuned as we are in discussion to complement this hotline with an Enviro app. The forthcoming Enviro app will enable citizens to report bulk waste and indiscriminate dumping, facilitating prompt removal and fostering community involvement. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier in my speech that there's a correlation between a clean environment, which contributes to better mental and health well-being. The need for both conditions can be seen in many areas, including the inner cities of New Providence. The Department of Environmental Health Services has partnered with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal and the Department of Social Services and the Royal Bahamas Police Force to run various cleanup campaigns in those areas that I am pleased to report that the campaigns are and have been well executed and are being successful. Madam Speaker, I also pause to say that in this area, it's very vexing that when we clean an area of derelict vehicles or remove derelict vehicles, persons just see it as space to bring new vehicles or to bring other derelict vehicles. This is not Bahamian. Since somebody cleans up after you and you go right back in the same place and continue to dump, this is hazardous. We all know the hazards I'll mention in a moment. The removal of derelict vehicles is an ongoing exercise in the department. And so far this year, the department has collected, this year, since January, 586 cars, 193 trucks and jeeps, and 20 commercial vehicles, mostly buses. It saddens me that some Bahamians have become so accepting of derelict vehicles that they can be found all over the island and in the most unexpected places. These vehicles harbor rats and mice, which are carriers of disease. I urge my fellow citizens to take derelict vehicles to the dump. It's free. And not have them sit in your yards or in vacant lots to be eyesores and hiding places for vermin, guns, and dangerous drugs. Madam Speaker, the Department of Environmental Health Services is collaborating with the New Providence Ecology Park in a feasibility study to determine which areas are best suited for transfer stations. A transfer station is a 30 cubic yard bin that is placed on a site on a concrete base. And the study was initiated due to the indiscriminate dumping in some hotspot areas, shows tremendous success so far. These areas include my constituency of Yamacraw and other constituencies in the east where there are empty properties, the southern side of inland, the southern side of the inland area near South Beach Pools, and the western end of New Providence. I mean, all over New Providence, Madam Speaker, we've been getting reports of people just dumping wherever, in the bush, along the roadsides. Transfer stations will allow persons to have easy access of bulk waste from their neighborhoods, or to remove bulk waste from their neighborhoods or backyards, rather than having to go all the way to sanitary landfill on the Tonic William Darling Highway, and it's free. Since the start on the 27th of April this year, Madam Speaker, our preliminary findings reveal the study is a resounding success, with some bins having to be emptied more than twice a week. If this experiment continues to be successful over the long term, it will be funded from the Ministry's National Beautification Project line of the budget. Madam Speaker, one pleasant side effect of our climate warming, or one unpleasant side effect of our climate warming, is the lengthening of our mosquito season. Over the last decade, we have seen cyclical outbreaks of diseases carried by mosquitoes such as Zika, dengue, chikungunya viruses, to name a few. The public will be glad to know that despite some earlier setbacks this year, the Department of Environmental Health Services began mosquito fogging in some of the low-lying areas. The department promises that they will be more vigilant in its monitoring and vigorous in its efforts to keep the disease-bearing mosquito population under control. Madam Speaker, in May of this year, I had the pleasure of attending the International Conference on Nuclear Safety, which was held from the 20th to the 24th of last month. Some may ask, why a small country like the Bahamas? Why should you be concerned about nuclear safety, as we have no nuclear weapons or even nuclear reactors? There are two main reasons, Madam Speaker, and we must be concerned. The first is the Bahamas is a major transshipment hub and is located in the midst of a major transshipment lane. Any leak from a nuclear-powered vessel or from containers with nuclear waste will quickly affect the quality of Bahamian life. The second reason is that as medical technology is advanced, they rely more on radioactive substances for the detection and treatment of various diseases, especially or namely cancer. Our CAT scans, X-ray machines, and other imaging technologies will one day reach obsolescence and need disposal. I imagine some already have become obsolete and need to be disposed. These machines also irradiate the materials around them on a daily basis, and these also need to be safely disposed of as well. I am pleased to report, Madam Speaker, that we have put forth draft legislation and consulted with the International Atomic Energy Agency and await its return after, or the return on that consultation, after which we will submit to our stakeholders for review. It is my hope that the budget report of 2025, I will be able to say that we have legislation in place for the handling and disposal of nuclear materials. Madam Speaker, as I promised, I won't be long. So in closing, let me once again state that it has been a privilege to represent the good people of Yamacraw and to work with the minister in the Ministry of Environment. I will continue to serve as we move this country forward, upward, onward, and together. I urge the opposition, as I started, don't make claims and criticize, not just for criticism's sake. Acknowledge this administration's significant progress and strategic initiatives. We are committed to transparency, fiscal responsibility, and addressing the needs of all Bahamians. Our policies and actions are focused on creating a sustainable, prosperous, and inclusive future for Bahamians. Recognize the tangible benefits of our efforts, support initiatives that will continue to drive progress and improve the lives of our citizens. Bahamians, we are working. This will take all of us. The good people of Yamacraw stands ready to do their part. Yamacraw Farmers Market, I have to always plug in there the success of this because of the many vendors that rely on the source of income, and they have been getting good response from neighboring communities. And I applaud them for their efforts continually. Work has begun for the repair of an urban renewal center for Yamacraw and Elizabeth, and I commend the Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal in his efforts for this. Bathrooms and pavilions will be placed on the Nassau East-South Park. Our walkabouts continue in various areas, most recently Elizabeth Estates on Australia Avenue. Get ready for our summer programs. I implore students, we have been calling around, including our gaming and basketball summer program. Sand has been secured for sandbags in response to hurricane preparedness, and drainage cleaning will commence in Yamacraw shortly. I congratulate our new branch of executives in Yamacraw led by President Daniel Thompson, and thanks to Ferron Moss and team for their past year of dedicated service. The new branch will lead the team to join our vibrant Labor Day March tomorrow with the Minister of Labor and Public Service. Or not tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. Many things happen today. Forgive me. So tomorrow, Yamacraw will be represented. And plans are going on now. I understand some of them are at the office decorating vehicles. Together, let us change the status quo, Madam Speaker, and make lives of Bahamians even better. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity. Yamacraw supports this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Port Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to recognize a quiet giant who personify the greatness of the Bahamian people. And this week, we lost a great man who hailed from Cat Island, but his work was in New Providence and in Fort Charlotte, Mr. Warren Seymour. A giant who taught for over 40 years in the subject of mathematics. And outside the classroom, Madam Speaker, he was as powerful as he was in the classroom. He almost single-handedly promoted the game of chess and volunteered his time in the community teaching the game of chess, how to think strategically and how to be focused and how to be methodical in achieving a certain outcome. In the Church of Holy Spirit in Chippingham, as the Catholic, as the warden of the church, many times he led the Mass during the midweek service. a gentle giant, a master teacher, a strategic master in the game of chess. I salute him today, Madam Speaker, and I extend on behalf of my family and also the community of Fort Charlotte our love, respect, and appreciation to his family. Especially Antoinette, who herself is a chess master. And I had the privilege of working with her at the College of the Bahamas as we took it to university. Madam Speaker, I stand today in support of the 2024-2025 budget and hereby outline the accomplishments and the work plan of the Ministry of Immigration and National Insurance. The primary mandate of the Department of Immigration is to regulate the admission of people across the borders of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, in exercising this sovereign power, who to admit and who to refuse, the immigration officers identify and stop threats at the border. They protect the national security of the Bahamas, facilitate the ease of entry of residents and visitors, detect and refuse to land human smugglers and other restricted persons engaged in activities which threaten the sovereignty. And they also process people who are running for their lives, looking for a safe harbor, that is determining who has a legitimate claim for asylum. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the extraordinary work of the Minister of Tourism and the Ministry of Tourism in promoting so effectively the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And last year, Madam Speaker, the unparalleled number of 9 million tourists, 9,654,800. Madam Speaker, what an extraordinary achievement for a small population, which means that most times of the year, there are more visitors in our country than the local population. But each of them, Madam Speaker, had to pass the scrutiny of an immigration officer. And that shows you the scale of work. Not only the tourists, but those who are coming to work, those who are coming to reside. Each category must pass the scrutiny of an immigration officer exercising that sovereign power of admissibility. In executing this statutory mandate, the Department of Immigration is responsible for the issuance of permits, border control, enforcement, those who come in undetected or who came in lawfully but overstayed. It is the enforcement. And these officers, Madam Speaker, both undercover and in uniform, have to ferret out all of those who are not here lawfully, detain them, place them before the court, and repatriate them to the countries from which they came. This effort, this work, is a collaborative work, Madam Speaker, involving the Department of Immigration and in the work of the Immigration Board, collaboration with the Department of Labor, who issues and protects the welfare of Bahamian workers, ensuring that only persons who are coming where no qualified Bahamian is readily available. Madam Speaker, I am privileged to inform this Honorable House, as I've done on several other occasions, and I wish to highlight today some of the achievement of immigration. I am pleased to report that the Department of Immigration, Madam Speaker, has surpassed its forecasted revenue performance in this fiscal year. In fact, Madam Speaker, if we look at the budget, the estimates, we will see that the revenue forecasted for this year was $105 million, $105,563,090. However, Madam Speaker, the amount of revenue collected by the Department of Immigration from the 1st July 2023 up to the 31st of May 2024 amounted to $108,880,000. Madam Speaker, this is up to May. And we still have all of June to go. And it is projected, Madam Speaker, that by the end of this fiscal year, the department will surpass $177 million, $117 million, $117 million, $12 million than would have been forecasted. Now, Madam Speaker, clearly this would have taken an extraordinary effort, not by one section, but by an entire department working in concert with the Department of Labor. And every Thursday, Madam Speaker, you know, we talk, Bob Marley talks about the Buffalo Soldiers, right? But you know, Madam Speaker, every Thursday, we meet at 8. And I chair the meeting. We go from 8 sometimes until 7 in the evening. On occasions, we have gone until 9 at night. This morning at 8 o'clock, we were meeting and we ended at 1 because I had to work on my preparation. But so it is this extraordinary team, the PS, the director, the undersecretary, the assistant directors, a representative from the Department of Labor, and working very purposefully in the interests of generating revenue for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I want to commend these colleagues. Also up at Monarch House, dealing with citizenship and permanent residence, our colleagues in the Family Islands, going out and collecting delinquent funds. In other words, Madam Speaker, we seldom recognize the extraordinary work that public officers do for this Commonwealth. These are all public officers, Madam Speaker, I just happened to be among them for a season. But they are working, and I wish to commend their extraordinary effort. We have also made great strides in addressing the backlog of files in the Department of Immigration, and here have also produced great results. Madam Speaker, a year ago, there was a backlog going back to 2.5 years. We have removed that backlog, and I'm happy to say that we are now in 2024. And that has taken extraordinary effort. We also, Madam Speaker, more so than ever before, globalization, continuous instability in the region, economic crisis, climate change have resulted in the arrival of significant numbers of irregular migrants on our shores. The crisis in Haiti and the violent Haitian gangs have also constitute a major push factor in pushing migrants or Haitian nationals out of Haiti, seeking opportunities and stability. We have focused our enforcement resources on such threats to our national security. Since coming to office, our administration and my predecessor, building on his work, have placed a very focused attention on our southern border. I wish to commend the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, also working closely with the Turks and Caicos Island Royal Police Force, working very closely with the United States Coast Guard and the Northern Command of the United States Army to strengthen the border security. Simultaneously, we have ramped up the Department of Immigration's recruitment strategies, enhanced intelligence gathering and analysis efforts, and employed state-of-the-art technology to secure our borders. This has resulted in enhanced interdictions, more efficient irregular migrant processing, and speedy repatriation. Madam Speaker, heightened border controls and dedicated enforcement efforts by the Department of Immigration, the Defense Force, and the U.S. counterparts have produced impressive results. A total of 4,594 foreign nationals were repatriated in 2023, and 4,748 in 2022. And my predecessor would have very aggressively contributed to these numbers and would have reported to Parliament. For the fiscal year 2023-2024, 2,910 foreign nationals have been repatriated to their home country. 1,575 of these persons repatriated were Haitian nationals. Madam Speaker, based on the above figures, a significant amount of the budget of the Department of Immigration is allocated to maintain the detention centers for the safe custody of irregular migrants while they await repatriation. Costs incurred include expenses related to housing. All our migrants are safely housed at the Carmichael Road Detention Center and at the Safe House Unit for women and children. Feeding, approximately $30 to $40 per day for meals provided for each detainee. Breakfast, 6 lunch $12, dinner $12. Meal costs can vary depending on dietary advice from our healthcare professionals and the cultural preferences of detainees. Medical care is provided by the Public Hospital Authority at the clinic, which is in the detention center, and I want to thank the Minister of Health for providing, along with my predecessor, a state-of-the-art clinic within the environs of the detention center. And also thank the Minister of Health for providing daily nursing coverage. And I know the minister is working very aggressively to have a doctor posted, but we have a doctor coming in several times a week to attend to the general health care, prenatal. We also have psychiatric, dental, and surgical services provided to the detainees. Also, I wish to thank the Minister of Education, because the children, any child, Madam Speaker, in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, irrespective of the status, by law, are compelled to be in school. And I want to thank the Ministry of Education for providing education classes to the detained children. Madam Speaker, repatriation exercises come also at a significant cost to the department. The cost of Bahamas Air Charter, which is often used, a 138-seat aircraft, is $53,978 for each trip. A 7-seater is $36,645, and a 50-seater aircraft is $24,865. Private charters, such as Lee Air and Flamingo Air, 19-seat aircraft is $7,600. In 2023, repatriation expenses total $1,434,666.76. For the period January to the end of March 2024, total repatriation expenses was $150,914.64. These figures, Madam Speaker, do not include the costs associated with housing, feeding, transportation, and medical care. The budget for our consideration makes provision of $1.8 million approximately for the repatriation of irregular immigrants. Madam Speaker, I must at this juncture recognize and commend the excellent work and collaboration of both the police and the Defense Force. The proactive patrols by the Defense Force vessels on our southern borders have yielded significant results in recent months. In addition to our use of HMBS Lawrence Major and her escort ships to repatriate irregular migrants to Haiti, was extremely efficient and effective. I want to thank the Minister of National Security and the Commodore of the Defense Force. The level of efficiency in repatriation using this impressive platform by the Defense Force has allowed the Department of Immigration to significantly lower the population of irregular migrants housed at the detention center. Madam Speaker, as of today, only 59 irregular migrants are housed at the detention center. And it was predicted, Madam Speaker, that we would have been overwhelmed.
That's right.
But due to the collaboration in repatriating very quickly, we now have only 59 persons in the detention center. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding our best efforts as a country, there is a critical need for collaboration and cooperation between ourselves, our local, regional, and international partners. Madam Speaker, in this area of work, when an immigration officer examines someone at the border, they're not only protecting the sovereignty of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, they're also protecting the sovereignty and national security of the United States.
Right.
Because oftentimes, Madam Speaker, you have persons seeking to engage in different kinds of illegal activity, and it's focused on the United States. So we are engaged in what I call collective self-defense. Yes, we are defending the sovereignty. Yes, we are protecting the national security of the Bahamas, but we are also, as we saw in so many instances, and I want to give a special thanks to the officers at LPIA, because I have seen intelligence where persons coming in purporting to be tourists, and when taken into secondary, we see on their phone, we see a person holding a rocket launcher, engaged in a combat environment. And you know, Madam Speaker, when we pass through LPIA and we get a very pleasant reception, we have to appreciate that these officers are also engaged using intelligence and using their skill and their perception and their ability to perceive latent threats. They are engaged in very, very serious business. As we navigate the difficult months ahead, we look forward to strengthening these relationships so that our approaches are multifaceted and synergistic, that is, with the United States, with the Turks and Caicos Island, working collaboratively, defending the archipelago of our country. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that on Monday, the 27th of May, the second cohort of trainee immigration officers commenced training with the Department of Immigration. This intake has fulfilled our promise to recruit 100 trainee immigration officers during the fiscal period 2023-2024. And again, building on the work of my predecessor, we have been able to achieve this, and within a matter of several weeks, the second cohort of immigration officers will commence their professional career in the Department of Immigration. The training programs of the department focus on equipping officers with the necessary skills and knowledge to perform their duties efficiently and professionally. And also, I wish to stress, ethically. The expansion of our training facility ensures that training can be an ongoing and is an ongoing process, adapting to new challenges and requirements, and as the typology of smuggling and illegal activities change, so must the training of officers be adapted to deal with the new typology of those crimes. The Department of Immigration is paying the tuition and providing release for 45 officers to attend the University of the Bahamas to take certificate courses in conversational Creole, Spanish, and Mandarin. 5 officers are being sponsored for the certificate course with the Bahamas Institute of Business and Technology in introductory project management and essentials of project planning, starting June 13. 5 officers have just completed the protection course with the Royal Bahamas Police Force. 1 officer recently completed a psychology of leadership course with the Defense Force. And 3 immigration officers, Madam Speaker, as we deliberate in this Honorable House from June 3rd to June 6th, are currently in Florida attending the International Border Management and Technologies Association Summit. And I'm really proud to say that one of our officers, Chief Immigration Officer Chadwell Adams, is one of the presenters at this summit. In the new budget period, there will be more focus on psychological training, preparation, and counseling for immigration officers and clerical staff. I wish to commend the work of our chaplain, Bishop Sharon Roll, and we intend to also engage a psychologist to work along with her. It is a very stressful job, especially for our officers who are in enforcement, who are at our borders. And we want to make sure that the resources are there so that when colleagues are stressed, are involved in confrontation, or have lost a colleague in service, that we have the resources available. Madam Speaker, I want to just share something because, you know, when I was appointed last year, I said I want to hear from every immigration officer. I went to Grand Bahama, and we had all of the officers come at different shifts. And I just sat and listened to them. What were their concerns? I went to the airport, and 2 shifts, I heard each officer, Madam Speaker, what were the concerns? Because I'm a stranger coming in. For me, as a policy maker, to respond to the needs on the ground, I have to be informed by the collective experience of colleagues in the department. And Madam Speaker, I would say about 50% of the complaints were about human resources. The fact that colleagues hired in 2017 had not been reclassified, had not been promoted. Colleagues who were hired in 2016 had not been reclassified and promoted. Colleagues in that period had gotten degrees and still not reclassified. Consistent with the policy of the government, Madam Speaker, we assemble an HR audit team chaired by the Undersecretary Sharon Pratt Roll. And we got senior officers from other ministries. We got 8 HR specialists and clerical support staff. And from January 29th, Madam Speaker, they have been going through the files of 735 immigration officers. And I've seen their preliminary report. So you know this is an area that we are giving very serious focus. Because when I see these immigration officers again, It ain't gonna be the same old talk. In other words, we want to see action, and the Minister of the Public Service has been very, very cooperative. These officers play such a critical role in the national security of the country. We have to treat them like professionals, and we will be moving the reclassification and the promotions along. Madam Speaker, in addition to the recruitment and training efforts, the department has also established a security unit of 60 officers. And again, I want to thank the Minister of National Security and the Defense Force. These officers have been, have undergone a very rigorous training and preparation to take over the security detail of the detention center. The detention center has historically, up to the present, been secured by the Defense Force. And I'm pleased to announce that by July of this year, next month, the security operation and responsibility of the Defense Force will be transferred to the 60 immigration officers, and the Defense Force officers would be able to attend to their normal Defense Force duties. I want to thank the Commodore and the Minister because they've been very, very cooperative and have put the entire resources of the Defense Force in the training of these officers. Yeah. In addition to these efforts, Madam Speaker, we have undertaken several initiatives to improve operational efficiency and effectiveness with the goal to better serve our public. And these initiatives include the continued implementation and use of best breed information technology tools and products. I have met, and the PS, Mr. Greenslade has also been meeting with CBN, which is the provider of the platform of immigration. We have also commenced the digitization of the immigration file. And you know, Madam Speaker, when my predecessor took me on a tour, and we went on the other side of Hawkins Hill, I may be talking about thousands of files. Thousands of files. You know, Madam Speaker, in 2017, when a decision was made to go online with immigration, it was only prospective. So all of the historic applications were put in storage. Now, Madam Speaker, what happened if you don't know the minister? You don't know the minister who can say, okay, send somebody over there to get your file. You know what happened, Madam Speaker? People were told, well, I look on the system, I don't see your file. So we have our poor people now having to get police record, get medical, get all of the requisite documents and come and bring a new file. Madam Speaker, that can't be right. So what we have done, Madam Speaker, is we have established a digitization unit. We have, and this unit comprises 9 immigration officers, 1 clerical staff under the supervision of Assistant Registry Supervisor 1, Ms. Una Bethel, who is in Grand Bahama but has been posted here in Nassau. And these officers, I am so proud of them. They have been working full-time, digitizing, and from January to now, Madam Speaker, They have digitized over 9,000 files. And the object of digitization is to streamline the processing, facilitate the speedy retrieval of immigration records. Also, it's easier to manage, search, and update and compare to former paper-based system. And Madam Speaker, it's easier to detect fraud. Because if someone had put in their application 10 years ago, another person can use those identity papers and present themselves as that person or impersonate that person. We have no historical record within the system. So by having the historical record, we also better protect the integrity of the immigration system. Madam Speaker, I previously informed, and also the Honorable Member from Exuma and Rugged Island would have also reported on the digital, Bahamas digital landing card, and this Honorable Parliament would have passed the law. I am pleased to report that that project is moving aggressively, and we should have that process online soon. And this will create a seamless process of verification, as well as the provision of data to guide the marketing of tourism and assist the Department of Immigration, and also incorporate the work of customs. I also would have informed this House that we've been working aggressively to expand our e-gate facilities at LPIA. We have undertaken to install additional computer kiosks and e-gates in the very near future. But I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to encourage Bahamians. When you come into LPIA, there's no need to stand on the line, because we have kiosks which allows residents to just be admitted digitally using the kiosks at LPIA. They are working, and we encourage residents to make use of them. I'm also pleased, Madam Speaker, to facilitate the ease of this great number of visitors coming into our country. The immigration has installed 4 additional booths so that to minimize the long lines, especially during peak time, where you have a number of planes arriving from different destinations. We also, Madam Speaker, we have certain international obligations, and in December, we would have passed the detention center regulations. And those regulations, we are training the officers at the detention center to ensure, as we would have made representation to the UN Working Committee on Arbitrary Detention, that the regulations will be in place, they will pass, and now what we have is a culture around the regulation to ensure that there is compliance, understanding, and also sharing the regulation with detainees so that the rights that they have could be secured. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the National Insurance Board. Colleagues would be aware that on Wednesday, the 29th of May, I tabled the National Insurance Amendment Bill 2024, the National Insurance Contribution Amendments Regulations and the resolution thereto, and the National Insurance Benefit and Assistance Amendment Regulations 2024 and the resolution thereto. With your leave, Madam Speaker, I wish to just give a brief highlight on these pieces of statutory instruments which is before this House and asks for the support. The National Insurance Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Act by, one, providing for the protection of the Board of NIB and its members by introducing provisions that prevent the personal liability against the chairman and any other member of the board. And there's a very important proviso, Madam Speaker. It says, for any act bona fide in pursuance, execution, or intended execution of the provisions of this act. So any act which is a bona fide act, and the members of the board will not be exposed to personal liability. It also repeals Section 46 of the Principal Act because Section 46 refers to the post office expenses. And this arrangement no longer exists with respect to the National Insurance Board with the Family Island Post Office and so on. The bill, number three, the bill seeks to amend Section 54(1) of the Principal Act, which does not provide for the award of interest on the criminal recovery of contributions in prosecutions before the court. The proposed amendment includes the addition of the words, and I quote, together with applicable interest. In other words, a standard recovery would involve interest that would have accrued, and this will give the NIB that right. In addition, the Act does not provide for the recovery of outstanding contributions by way of garnishment. So an employer can owe the National Insurance Board and either refuse or unable to pay, but a third party may have a credit to that person. So what this provision does, Madam Speaker, it amends by inserting a new section 55A to include the recovery of debt by way of garnishment to increase the ability of the National Insurance Board to collect outstanding contribution. And what it does is that once the third-party creditor, third-party debtor gives the money over to the National Insurance Board, its debt to the delinquent employer is extinguished, and also the debt by the delinquent employer to NIB would be extinguished. With respect to the Constitution and the corporate governance of the National Insurance Board, the bill amends the second schedule by implementing restrictions on the requirement for potential appointees to the board and make provision for the board to conduct proceedings when necessary if there is a vacancy in the board or any defect in the appointment of the board. And here, Madam Speaker, it's like the Constitution does the same thing for members of Parliament. If you have certain disabilities, you're not qualified to be a member of Parliament. And even when you have been elected, if you are declared bankrupt, for example, it becomes a reason for your vacating the seat. The second instrument, Madam Speaker, is the National Insurance Benefit and Assistance Amendment Regulations. And this regulation seek, for one, to bring about greater consistency in the time limits prescribed for submitting claims. Also, these amendments would allow for an extension of the maximum time in which payment of a benefit or assistance may be obtained from 1 year. And what this provision does, Madam Speaker, is extended from 1 year to 2 years. Secondly, this provision or instrument regulation will enhance the provision for calculating rates of retirement, invalidity, and industrial injury benefits. These amendments also make provision for assessing the degree of disablement, and rather than having a subjective basis of determining disability, what this provision will do is to specify that the determination is done in accordance with the official disability guidelines approved by the American Medical Association or other best medical practices and international standard guidelines. And here, Madam Speaker, it is to bring an objective standard in determining disability. The third instrument is the National Insurance Contribution. And this will, among other things, one, assist insured persons, self-employed persons to qualify for retirement and invalidity benefits by removing the limitation that late paid contributions had to be paid within the time prescribed under the current regulations. It also, Madam Speaker, introduced provisions to assist the National Insurance Board with obtaining information from employers to facilitate the capturing of current data from employers every month. Emanating from the proposed amendment to the contribution regulations, which will become effective, if passed, in July 1st, the contribution rate for the National Insurance Board will be increased by 1.5% to be shared equally, Madam Speaker, between the employee and the employer. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the same increase will be applied to self-employed persons and voluntarily insured persons. This recommended increase in the contribution rate will help to ensure and maintain the sustainability and effectiveness of the fund, ensuring that it remains a reliable support for everyone in our country. I urge every citizen to view this increase as an investment in our future and the future of our nation. By contributing to the National Insurance Fund, we are ensuring a safety net for ourselves and our fellow citizens during unforeseen circumstances or the times when we need support the most. These amendments and others will usher in important changes in the governance, operation of NIB, and will will redound to the benefit of the people of the Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, as the rate of contribution will increase, the government has given NIB very specific directions. And that is, we must see an improvement. And let me just outline the directions which have been given to NIB. We want the executive management of NIB to be strengthened. And therefore, there will be a global recruitment of suitably qualified Bahamian for certain executive management positions, inclusive of fair consideration of internal candidates and the development of a succession plan. Number two, prepare a strategy to increase coverage of non-standard workers and self-employed persons in private pension systems, including small contractors, straw craft vendors, employees of trade unions, bus and taxi drivers, and small store owners. Three, engage stakeholders about increasing the pension age and/or retirement age, considering that Bahamians are living longer and we are having fewer children, which actuarially affects the viability of the fund. In other jurisdictions, you have 5 persons working for every 1 retiree. In the Bahamas, it's like 2 for every retiree, and clearly that is not sustainable. 4, take measures to encourage higher levels of private savings by allowing insureds to pay contribution above their ceilings as a savings measure and contribution to the sustainability of the fund. 5, revise the investment policy, diversification of portfolio, the rate of return, including the use of outside professional management of certain categories of the investment portfolios, as NIB already does, especially with its own pension fund. It doesn't manage its own pension fund. It's put it out to be managed. Consider the mechanisms to segregate non-performing assets and to be managed in a commercially productive manner. 6, realign the high expenditure of industrial benefits in the occupational health and safety unit with the expenditure of private health insurance industry. 7, conduct an assessment of the current IT platform based on a solutions architecture, purchase and/or construct a more effective, nimble, and fit-for-purpose IT system to enable the fund to make a quantum leap in efficiency, accountability, transparency, and internal and external customer satisfaction. 8, certain legislative amendments to modernize the fund. 9, improve the collection system. 10, implement a cost containment strategy guided by commercial practicality and stewardship. And 11, cultivate a corporate culture of innovation, service excellence, culture of respect for beneficiaries, employers, and its internal employees, improve operations, human resource management, investment stewardship, and foster good industrial practice with our trade union partners, and stakeholder engagement and increased efficiency. Madam Speaker, it is our belief that with these reforms, there will be considerable savings, which we can assess after the second year what the way forward will be. So the idea is to challenge, and I believe NIB can do it. As I have spoken with the internal stakeholders, with the board, and I want to commend the chairman, Mr. McKenzie, and the hard-working board, and the executive management, the staff, and also the union. The union is committed to reform. And with these reforms, we expect there to be increased savings and containment of cost so that we can move and reverse the actuarial projection of vulnerability and ultimately insolvency. In April, the National Insurance Board, working with an accounting firm, has already started the recruitment process for certain executive management position, and we will be bringing in and adding to the executive team some of the brightest and the best in the insurance and social insurance area. We have the Bahamian diaspora. We have people in NIB, as well as people outside in the Bahamas, and it will be a competitive, transparent, and fair search. Madam Speaker, NIB manages approximately $1.5 billion in assets, and its leadership team will be tasked with improving the investment strategy and the corporate culture of the organization, as I have outlined. And this will be an exciting time for us, but it will also give us the opportunity to demonstrate to the Bahamian people that Bahamian talent and a Bahamian institution can become the template of a sustainable social security system within our region. And not only is the Bahamas faced with this challenge, most of the social security systems have had to making structural changes, including China, including many states in the United States, and certainly within our region and other regions of the world. I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, a number of innovations taking place at NIB. NIB has an online card renewal, and this new online portal will allow customers to renew their NIB Smart Card. It will also allow customers the convenience of renewing an expired card online using a laptop, desktop, computer, or a mobile device. This new project will be launched in this month, later this month in 2024. The second innovation, Madam Speaker, is the C10 app. This is a mobile app which will allow self-employed persons and businesses employing 10 or fewer persons to submit monthly contributions and payments online. Its aim is to boost compliance, and the expected launch date for this app is August 2024. The third innovation, Madam Speaker, is the online claims submission. This new portal will allow NIB customers to submit short-term benefit claims and retirement claims without having to go into an NIB office. It will allow customers to submit claims and supporting documentation online using a laptop, desktop computer, or mobile device. The expected launch date for this innovation, Madam Speaker, is the fall of 2024. NIB, Madam Speaker, also intends to revamp its website. At present, the website for the board is primarily serves as an informational platform. It will be transformed into an interactive, user-friendly portal that meets the need of all of its users. It will offer a wide variety of features. It will be easier than before for individuals to access. And the features will include online forms for quick and easy submission, comprehensive database of frequently asked questions, as well as educational resources to help individuals understand the ins and the outs of NIB, and updated news and updates to keep users informed about any changes or updates to the program. Madam Speaker, this is an exciting time for NIB because an agenda of transformation is laid out, and the executive team is working very aggressively and will be unveiling the roadmap for the implementation of these reforms, as well as introducing the new members of the executive team at the end of the search. It will also be a time of innovation and improvement in immigration, and I am pleased to see that the budget before us make provision to enable these initiatives to be realized. It therefore gives me great pleasure to say thank you, Madam Speaker, for your very kind indulgence, and Fort Charlotte supports the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Good evening, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's been one of those days, but I stand to move that the House do sit beyond 7 p.m.
Is there a seconder? Second. It's been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue past 7 p.m., hopefully not much longer than that. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue past 7 p.m. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Nassau Village.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I rise once again in this honorable House, all thanks to Almighty God, who gives me life and who gives me strength. And I would also like to thank my family who continue to toil with me and push through and support me on this journey. And I also extend humble gratitude to the people of Nassau Village, who I believe, Mr. Deputy, in my humble opinion, represents the heart of this great island. And, Mr. Deputy, as I've become accustomed to, I would like to start off on the right foot, just to ensure that my constituents know that I continue to work tirelessly for them, by referring to a few of the projects that we have ongoing. Mr. Deputy, in 1967, the late Prime Minister Earl Barrows stated that Barbados would be friends of all and satellites of none. It's an application that I have used in negotiating and navigating, being in politics and also in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Right? It must be friends of all. Mr. Deputy, we have made significant strides in the completion, toward the completion of our multi-purpose community center that stands as not only an edifice, but I mean an awe-inspiring structure and a testament to this government's commitment to inner city and over-the-hill areas. Mr. Deputy, our government has placed significant resources in communities like Nassau Village and also in constituencies like Nassau Village to ensure that crime prevention, gang affiliation is deterred. We have also created a multi-sport facility in the community of Redland Acres. Mr. Deputy, as we continue to mold the infrastructure and change the landscape of inner cities areas and over-the-hill areas, we take note of our commitment to the people. Mr. Deputy, just last week, we began a historic installation of solarized streetlights. One of one, Mr. Deputy, one of a kind, for the extension and the application of solar streetlights in the communities of Nassau Village. Mr. Deputy, Nassau Village has become so prominent that I've even started to engage the honorable member for Exuma and the Ragged Islands about possibly creating an over-the-hill tour to generate revenue. So we look forward to seeing how we can hash that out, all right? But, Mr. Deputy, as I continue, the age-old adage, we will be friends of all and satellites of none, I've chosen to apply to this speech simply because, as my substantive role as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we believe that we should promote our foreign policy. But just before I do, I would like to thank the hardworking staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who continue to push the agenda, who continue to represent the Bahamas at the highest level. Mr. Deputy, oftentimes persons believe or dismiss the roles of diplomats. Now, me being a former diplomat of 8 years, I understand getting up at 6 a.m., doing prison visits, doing consular work, doing all of the nitty-gritty work that Bahamians just don't see. And I do believe that diplomats should be praised and lauded for the roles that they play and ensuring the Bahamas is adequately represented on the international field. Mr. Deputy, the Honorable Minister yesterday mentioned a battery of objectives we have fulfilled in our foreign policy. And I believe that all persons in this chamber should be glad of our diplomats who continue to deliver on behalf of this country. Of course, Mr. Deputy, since the last budget, we have accomplished great things. I believe that if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was giving a report card, we would receive all A's. We have accomplished diaspora engagement. We have expanded our diplomatic presence across the world. We have established and will begin to establish an international mission in the UAE, and we have continued to simply push the Bahamas' agenda of climate change. Mr. Deputy, at the top of that list, we have also renewed the pre-clearance agreement with the United States and have initiated talks with the United States to have Bahamians eligible for global entry and the electronic system for travel authorization, facilitating convenience for Bahamians traveling. Mr. Deputy, Currently, everybody wants to be expedited through the airport. Everybody wants a red passport, a green passport, and the privileges associated with it, right? But when we think of global entry, it's simply a swipe of a pass. Those and that pre-clearance is one of those things that will advance the agenda. That is one of the things that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs staff has negotiated and currently negotiating that will set the Bahamas apart. 14 of 100, approximately 146 nations, just 14 internationally, that will have global pre-clearance once concluded. Mr. Deputy, currently everyone thinks, like I said, that a red passport is needed. This type of initiative is a testament to what the staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has accomplished in the short, approximately 3 years that we've been in government. Mr. Deputy, our exemplary leadership, regionally and globally, has led to our chairmanship of CARIFORUM and our past chairmanship of CARICOM. Our regional brothers and sisters have seen our leadership and decided also to have the Bahamas chair the pro-eminent board of groups with former Prime Minister Perry Gladstone Christie. Mr. Deputy, this will lead not only to the continued elevation of the Bahamas, but it will lead to our enhancement of our influence regionally and globally. Mr. Deputy, as we assist the people of Haiti to resolve their conflict, we also must understand that our role is also to ensure regional stability. Mr. Deputy, to ensure the safety and security of our nation during this period of increased activity, this budget allocates significant resources of staffing in our security forces. We have introduced new Defense Force reservists to assist in national security, especially in light of the crisis in the South. Mr. Deputy, I have served, like I said before, as a diplomat for approximately 8 years. And during this time, our foreign policy was never quite articulated. You could never accurately identify what was our international purpose. Mr. Deputy, the Honorable Member for Kidd Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, the Prime Minister, clearly stated that our foreign policy is climate change. So in our efforts to contribute to global development, we have signed on to the Samoa Agreement, which is geared towards sustainable trade and development between small island and developing states. And also, Mr. Deputy, the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is also a reflection of our commitment to development instead of destruction. Mr. Deputy, this may seem far removed from the fisherman, from the farmer, or from the nurse, but advancements in the fields like nuclear medicine and agricultural resilience make this agreement key to our plan for the future. A few months ago, Mr. Deputy, I had the opportunity of visiting Austria for the IAEA conference, where they informed us on how you could irradiate crops to make them more resilient toward salinity, salt water, right? So I said, could you imagine developing an island that had crops completely tolerant towards salt water? What would that mean for future Bahamas? What would that mean for our development toward mitigation and adaptation of climate change? Mr. Deputy, the work by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and its staff show that our commitment remains toward the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, I'm reminded of our country's participation also by the member for Yamoussoukro in the IAEA conference, where the Ray of Hopes initiative was underscored. This particular program will see the application of radiology for areas that do not have such equipment. I am sure that the 83-year-old Nassau villager who cannot afford to take the flight to America, to Canada, to Cuba, would appreciate an initiative like this, Mr. Deputy. And all of this is because of our advocacy on the international arena. Mr. Deputy, the title, Changing the Status Quo, means a lot to me and to my constituency. Working with international partners on areas of national importance. Mr. Deputy, marine life is one aspect of this approach that has led to our signing on of what has become known as the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, BBNJ, which is part of the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas being a developing nation, third world country, we lack the resources capable to actually mine all of our resources. So by signing on to these international instruments, we're able to underscore and undergird our approaches, and that is through relationships, Mr. Deputy. Areas beyond national jurisdiction is, in layman's term, the areas beyond your economic exclusive zone. It's international waters. You will find that most of the poaching and abuses of the marine resources happens just outside of the Bahamas' marine territory. By virtue of signing on to an agreement like this, it will afford us the capacity and also the assistance to manage those particular areas where we just lack the resources to do so. Mr. Deputy, this agreement speaks to the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological biodiversity. As I said, by simply having the legal instruments there to afford us the opportunity and the assistance from our international partners. Mr. Deputy, we have also forged new partnership with a dray load of country since coming into government, including Kenya, Benin, Solomon Islands, Monaco, Algeria, Vietnam, Oman, Rwanda, Cabo Verde, Saudi Arabia, and Vanuatu. All of these relationships, all of these new diplomatic arrangements have been made since our return to office. These new relationships will bolster our global presence and cooperation. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has accomplished a historic restructuring, Mr. Deputy, by becoming the first in the Caribbean to establish a bureau dedicated exclusively to human rights and human security. Mr. Deputy, yesterday the minister reflected on Bahamians claiming for asylum, stating that we should not abuse that particular option, because once you would have claimed asylum, then essentially a passport would be taken and you would not be able to afford yourselves any of the concessions to any Bahamians. So it is something that we should take seriously and not lightly. Mr. Deputy, the progress that has been made in this short time, 2.5 years, has been significant. For the Bahamas' candidacy for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. Could you imagine a third world nation, the Bahamas, small island developing state, on the United Nations Security Council? This is what we are currently lobbying for. This is what it means to have aspiration and have a Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is pushing the Bahamas to the forefront. Mr. Deputy, unlike our predecessors, when the Bahamas speaks, other nations take note. This government has never sat in a hallway. Carmichael, did you forget that? The leader of the country sitting in a hallway waiting to be seen by another head of state. Completely unheard of. That is how far we would have fallen, Mr. Deputy. And calling us corrupt internationally. Mr. Deputy, these things bring back dark memories. But to the matter at hand. Colleagues may remember during my intervention during the mid-year budget, I compared it to a pit stop during a NASCAR race. Today, as we present the full budget, our Davis administration is effectively going beyond, going for the long haul, changing the status quo, and aims to show that we're in it to win it. We're in it to continue progressing, willing to go the distance to deliver for Bahamians. In my contribution, Mr. Deputy, I wish to focus on the areas most consequential to those in my constituency and those across the country that share similar struggles and aspirations as those living in inner city areas. To set the stage, Mr. Deputy, we cannot forget the situation that this country was in when we came into government. Around approximately 3 years, our nation was faced with the most challenging economic crisis in recent memory. Our country was heavily in debt, grappling with the devastating aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, which had already severely strained our already limited resources. This situation was further complicated and compounded by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which took away health care and livelihood for thousands of Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, in response to this, the government at the time only worsened the challenges. The Bahamians on the 16th of September, Mr. Deputy, spoke and decided that they wanted a new day. I cannot understand how just 3 years later, the side opposite can simply selectively forget what happened. Amnesia. Like they weren't right there. These attempts to disassociate themselves from the former leader and themselves is mind-boggling. Mr. Deputy, a minister-led opposition, a Pintard-led opposition, 6.5 dozen, same thing. One of the immediate measures that our government took, Mr. Deputy, was providing relief, reducing VAT to alleviate some of the financial burdens for hardworking people. Mr. Deputy, the leader of the opposition yesterday morning published in the Tribune stating that he was concerned about VAT, that he would keep VAT low. But, Mr. Deputy, this is, again, mind-boggling. This is the same man that sat in the cabinet and approved the increase of VAT. 60% increase of VAT. And now shows up just 3 years later. It never happened. It wasn't me. The Shaggy syndrome, right? Right? Mr. Deputy, there's no way that they can disassociate themselves from themselves. Cannot. Mr. Deputy, we must be real about these things, and we must be real about situations facing our respective constituencies. The first priority of the working class is their immediate needs. What are the things impacting them on their daily life that would just make their life that much easier if it was resolved? Mr. Deputy, no strategy and no government can claim to be effective if the working man cannot afford to live in peace and decency. As the Prime Minister said yesterday in his contribution, a hungry belly doesn't produce good outcomes. Mr. Deputy, that is why we have created the National School Breakfast Program and will now expand it to give more children hot meals and a full belly. Children in Nassau Village, children in Centerville, children in Beans and Grantstown, children in Seabreeze, Mount Moriah, Inagua, and the like, Mr. Deputy. The reality is that feeding our future will become even more challenging if we do not commit to producing Bahamian. Mr. Deputy, that is why we have made significant investments in boosting local production of essential food products. Mr. Deputy, to take it back to Ministry of Foreign Affairs correlation, we all learned that what the effects of war can mean, the far-reaching effects. The war in Ukraine impacted the cost of living in my constituency, in your constituency, and globally. We started to understand that the Bahamas needed to be self-reliant, and our government made strides to doing and accomplishing just that. This government showed up to defend the purchasing power, Mr. Deputy. That is why we launched the Golden Yoke program to boost local egg production. And we allocated millions more towards BAMSI to enhance our agricultural self-sufficiency and reduce our dependency on imported goods. Mr. Deputy, we all have felt the heat over the past days. Summer is coming and it's bearing down on all of us. And that is why, Mr. Deputy, our government has made strides to pretty much utilize that heat in enhancing and utilizing renewable energy to keep Bahamians cool without breaking a sweat. Mr. Deputy, we announced the creation of a solar plan. A solar plan in the Bahamas is finally in the works to keep the capital provided with clean, affordable, and reliable power that will reduce our dependency on fossil fuel and use exactly what God gave to us, our sun, sand, and sea. We already use the power of the sand to draw tourists, Mr. Deputy, and the power of the sea to feed our people. Our government will now tap the power of the sun to solve our energy challenges. Also, Mr. Deputy, one of the most significant steps our government has taken was the increase of minimum wage. We cannot pass over and neglect the great things that we have done thus far in just 2.5 years, Mr. Deputy. Oftentimes we come and we're anxious to go to the next budget and we're anxious to move on to the next thing. But we've accomplished so much in such a short time that the Bahamian people should remember. So as I go through my speech, I tend to take a step back. Minimum wage increase, VAT reduction. These are the things that help the everyday Nassau villager. These are the things that help the everyday Bahamian. Mr. Deputy, this measure is not just about numbers on a paycheck. It's about dignity, fairness, and the ability to live a decent life. For far too long, many of our inner city residents have been toiling and slaving at their jobs, yet struggling to make ends meet. Rising cost of living only could equate to raising the minimum wage that will and that has directly impacted working Bahamians, providing them with better opportunities to support their families, to pay their bills, to invest in their future. Mr. Deputy, the leader of the opposition in October 13 stated that he feared that the increase of minimum wage would lead to the reduction of jobs cuts. Instead, Mr. Deputy, we are pleased to prove him wrong. The unemployment rate has dropped significantly to its lowest level since 2008. Currently, Mr. Deputy, the unemployment rate stands at a meager 8.8%. Mr. Deputy, why do they always get it wrong? Why so much doom and gloom? 6.5 dozen, same thing. Mr. Deputy, our efforts include attracting more tourism, more investment. We have received offers to redevelop the Port of Ski Dock and are witnessing record numbers of visitors with over 8 million tourists gracing our shores, bringing vital revenue. The promise of a job and work that pays is being finally realized under this New Day Davis administration. We have also made bold moves, Mr. Deputy, to ensuring that bigger matters, such as healthcare, do not burden Bahamians. Without a means to defray expenses, Mr. Deputy, our government has supported and is committed to supporting the catastrophic health insurance. Mr. Deputy, I got a call from Miss Taylor, 83 years old, currently living on Alexandria Boulevard, asking for assistance, stating that she was in need of immediate surgery. Mr. Deputy, the catastrophic health insurance is geared directly towards providing assistance in this regard. This is the foresight that our government has. This is the agenda that we're pushing. We're a people-centric party. We're a people-centric government, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, it is a testament to our commitment to uplifting every citizen and ensuring that the prosperity of our nation is shared by all. As we stated in our blueprint for change, Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas belongs to Bahamians who work for it. And this Davis administration believes that work should pay. Mr. Deputy, as I continue on, I would like to mention the measures being employed to provide safety and social support. Firstly, we have treated crime with a stern hand, Mr. Deputy. In this regard, the matter of safety is not only a meager thing to talk about. It's not the popular thing to refer to. Not in my constituency. We don't take safety lightly. Mr. Deputy, we have deployed more police officers, including a new promotion of reserve officers who are key pillars of the Royal Bahamas Police Force vitality. Mr. Deputy, we must also ensure that young persons of all backgrounds are instilled with the values that teach them to defend and respect their communities. That is why our government has launched the National Youth Guard program and the National Apprenticeship program. These initiatives are about ensuring that our inner city youth find good jobs with fair pay and about instilling a sense of pride and purpose in our nation's future leaders. Mr. Deputy, by providing structured opportunities for skill development and national service, we are building a foundation for a more resilient, a more prosperous Bahamas. We can also see our government's commitment to building safe and prosperous communities with the revival and enhancement of urban renewal. For example, Mr. Deputy, you will note in the budget, home repairs have been allocated $2.6 million for helping the less fortunate with home repairs. Mr. Deputy, you will also note that we are tackling derelict vehicles, which lower the beauty and cleanliness of our communities. I would like to publicly thank Minister Bell, the Honorable Member for Carmichael, and also Minister Miller, the Honorable Member for Golden Isles, for ensuring their commitment and diligence to this initiative. And I would ask them to take note that Nassau Village looks forward eagerly to receiving the home repairs. Mr. Deputy, if I may, something that has become topical over the last few days. As we know, our island is unplanned, right? The city was unplanned. Yeah. So therefore, we started in the central north and migrated south, which means that a lot of the scrap metal, the actual garages, which would have been on the outskirts of the cities, are now nestled in the middle of residential areas. Mr. Deputy, my constituents have now noticed that one of the commercial license holders for scrap metal actually is in the heart of Nassau Village on Taylor Street. And the vehicles have now overflowed and have now been pushed to the perimeter of the road. You will also notice that this happens across from Bamboo Town on Soldier Road, with Soldier Road impacting Marathon and also Nassau Village and Pinewood to a lesser extent. But Mr. Deputy, I do believe that in our movement toward progress, we should revisit and look at these licenses and look at how we can safely remove these companies to the outskirts of the islands once again, as they're directly impacting the health and also the property value of homeowners. Mr. Deputy, another cornerstone of our social support strategy is the initiation of the Affordable Housing Program. Housing is a critical component, Mr. Deputy, of a stable and thriving community. Our government has launched several affordable housing initiatives aimed at providing low-income families with safe, decent, and affordable homes. Mr. Deputy, these projects not only offer shelter, but also create jobs, stimulate the economy, and build a stronger, more resilient community. As I mentioned previously, Mr. Deputy, our government is focused on changing the status quo. We're in it for the long haul, and we're thinking long-term as it pertains to the Bahamian people. Our government's new rent-to-own program that has been met with much excitement, and Nassau villagers are eagerly looking for the rollout of the rent-to-own program. These are the initiatives that we deem extremely important, Mr. Deputy, as a number of constituents within the community of Nassau Village actually rent. Mr. Deputy, having spoken on all of these matters, I believe the commitment of our government is clear and focused on the Bahamian people. Now, Mr. Deputy, the opposition will undoubtedly vote against this budget, but then again, that's what oppositions do, right? That's their job, to vote against whatever the government says. Anything good that helps the Bahamian people, the opposition says no. Or takes a very long time to push out their chair in objection, right, Mr. Deputy? But the Bahamian people should not be fooled into thinking that the opposition, all of a sudden, 3 years later, just has the idea and the plans to do it. Or some bold solution that they didn't have 3 years previously. Mr. Deputy, 6.5 dozen, same thing. Bahamians, Mr. Deputy, Bahamians should not be dragged through another round of theatrics by the opposition when they showed no emotion at the plight of Bahamians when they themselves were in government. And Mr. Deputy, we'll take no lectures on finances from the opposition when their idea of a fiscal responsibility was Bahamians should do more with less. Mr. Deputy, that era ended 3 years ago. We refuse to relive it. And by virtue of their absence in this house tonight, it shows their commitment to the Bahamian people. It shows their commitment to their own constituencies. Mr. Deputy, we have a long road ahead. We must focus on the future. Let us embrace the path of progress and prosperity that we have charted for our great nation. Mr. Deputy, this budget represents hope. It represents opportunity. It is designed to uplift each of our communities and our constituencies, create sustainable jobs, and ensure that every Bahamian has a fair chance at success. We are building a nation where hard work is rewarded, where children can dream big, and where families can thrive in a safe and secure environment. Today, Mr. Deputy, as we present the 2024-2025 budget, we are on the path to change the status quo. We are on the path for progress, and we are transitioning from a pivotal pit stop to the long haul. This full budget, Mr. Deputy, is our roadmap to go the distance. We must cover to secure lasting prosperity for all Bahamians. In closing, Mr. Deputy, I would urge all members of this honorable House to support this budget. Let us continue to work together to build a better and stronger Bahamas for all. May God bless the constituency of Nassau Village, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Nassau Village supports this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bain and Grantstown.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mr. Deputy. Honorable members of Parliament, it is a pleasure and an honor that I stand here today to represent and speak on behalf of the wonderful people of Baines and Grantstown to contribute to this national budget debate for this fiscal year 2024-2025. I'll be extremely brief. I am under the weather, and before my sinus catches up with me, and before the game starts, I hope to be completed. But on a more serious note, this is serious business, Mr. Deputy. I rise with unwavering support for the proposed budget. This Davis-led administration's nation's fiscal plan represents not just numbers in the budget book, but a comprehensive vision for progress, development, the well-being of every Bahamian, especially for our young people, our seniors, and the least amongst us. This budget represents a fortified commitment to not accepting the status quo and charting a course for bigger and brighter tomorrow for our Bahamas. It is a testament to the steadfast commitment of our administration, which has been diligently working since 2021 to steer our beloved Bahamas towards a brighter future, especially after rescuing and emerging from a disastrous fiscal cliff experience in the last administration. First and foremost, allow me to commend the current administration for its remarkable accomplishments over the past few years. We have navigated through unprecedented challenges, as I mentioned before, including the global pandemic, and we have emerged resilient and stronger. Our economic recovery has been robust, evidenced by the steady growth in gross domestic product, or GDP, the reduction in unemployment rates to as low as 8%, and the revitalization of key industries such as tourism, with record-breaking numbers of 9+ million in 2023. Also, our financial services sector and the construction boom that we are now currently experiencing. Mr. Deputy, our national deficit is down from 13% to 3%. Another demonstration of fiscal prudence, and I commend the Financial Secretary, Mr. Simon Wilson, and the able staff of the Ministry of Finance under the auspices and leadership of the Minister of Finance, Prime Minister Philip Davis, for their work and their accomplishments. This budget is a continuation of our strategic efforts to foster sustainable development and inclusive growth. It reflects on our dedication to prudent fiscal management, economic diversification, and social equity. Mr. Deputy, this Bahamas is not just for the fortunate few, but for all Bahamians, regardless of social or economic conditions. And this budget sets to move us as a people closer to the totem pole or to the projected goal posts. This administration's focus on infrastructure development, education, healthcare, and social services underscores our commitment to creating a prosperous and equitable society, not settling for the existing status quo. And one justification, Mr. Deputy. Again, I thank the government for the implementation of the breakfast program at the Albury Sayers Primary School on Nassau Street in my constituency. The principal has reported an increase in students' attendance, student performance in classes, and this is good news, as we are all familiar with the old adage: education is the key to the eradication of poverty in any community or country. And particularly, I want to highlight the initiative aimed at uplifting our inner city communities, such as Bain and Grantstown, Centerville, Freetown, and Angleston. These neighborhoods have long been the heart and soul of our nation, yet they have faced significant socio-economic challenges. This budget allocates sustainable resources to improve the living conditions and opportunities for residents in these areas. We are implementing and investing in an affordable housing program, enhancing public safety, and upgrading infrastructure to create a more conducive environment for families and business alike. This is a good budget, Mr. Deputy. Moreover, the focus on educational programs and vocational training will empower our youth with the skills they need to secure gainful employment and contribute meaningfully to our economy. Thank you to the Minister of Education for providing the vessel or steering the ship for Bain and Grantstown constituents to acquire additional vocational training post-high school graduation. The administration's commitment to healthcare is also evident in this budget. The fact that clinics throughout the length and breadth of the Bahamas are being renovated, upgraded, and repurposed is evident of our commitment to the health of the nation being the wealth of a nation. I congratulate the Minister of Health for his efforts to ensure that new hospitals, one in Grand Bahama, Freeport Grand Bahama, and one in New Providence, will be built for the first time in over 50 years. The people of Bain and Grantstown say thank you, and it's about time. Mr. Deputy, we are expanding access to quality medical services, ensuring that every Bahamian, regardless of their location or income, can receive the care they deserve. Some 3 weeks ago in Bain and Grantstown, we partnered with the National Health Insurance Authority and the Department of Health Fleming Street Clinic, where we hosted the National Health Insurance Drive and Enrollment Drive and Health Fair. I am pleased to report that more than 150 constituents, men, women, boys, and girls of Bain and Grantstown successfully enrolled in the National Health Insurance Program for the first time. This is particularly crucial for inner city communities, where healthcare disparities have historically been more pronounced. Furthermore, this budget emphasizes the importance of community engagement and partnership. We are fostering collaborations with local organizations, churches, and businesses to create a holistic system that addresses the multifaceted needs of our citizens. Initiatives such as community centers, construction, youth programs, and sports services for the elderly are integral to building a cohesive and resilient society. This 2024-2025 budget is a well-crafted plan. Thank you to the Davis administration that builds on the accomplishments of the past few years and charts a course for continued progress. Go ahead. Thank you very much. It is a budget that prioritizes the needs of our people, especially those in the inner cities like Baines and Grantstown, Angleston, and Centerville, as I mentioned before, and Freetown. It is a budget that reflects our collective aspirations for a better Bahamas. I urge my fellow members of Parliament, especially the members opposite, to give this budget their full support. Stop nitpicking, minimizing the points of orders. Sit and listen, then provide recommendations and not disrespect the chair, because this is a good budget. Together, we can ensure that the benefits of our nation's growth and prosperity are felt by all Bahamians, regardless of where they live. Let us continue to work hand in hand to create a future that is bright, inclusive, and full of opportunity for every citizen of our beautiful Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, as I stated in my first speech in this Honorable House of Assembly, I would like to highlight Bahamians from Bain and Grantstown who have contributed significantly to the national development of the Bahamas. Today, I will reflect on Miss Effie Dorothea Walks from Comfort Street in Grantstown, who lived until she was 96 years of age. On Friday, September 11, 2020, she was funeralized at St. Agnes Church. Ms. Walks was a convicted Christian, and her favorite scripture was Psalms 27:1, which reads, "The Lord is my light, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life, whom shall I be afraid?" This scripture epitomized Ms. Walks because she was bold and never scared. She was a Bain and Grantstown woman. Ms. Walks was born in the early 1920s, came from humble beginnings, but emerged into a woman of great power and tenacity. She was a political and social activist who championed the rights for Bahamian women and fought vigorously for majority rule in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. She was a change agent and will always be remembered as the true female Bahamian legend. The question was asked in John 1:46, can anything good come out of Nazareth? And the answer is yes. The late Miss Effie Walks did. And I thank her family again for loaning us her. And may she continue to rest in God's perfect peace. Mr. Deputy, to many, this seems insignificant. But to me, it is important as I am speaking directly to my people of Bain and Grantstown, reminding us of who we are and from whence we came. So forgive me as I bought a house, but in order to know where you're going, you must know your history. Mr. Deputy, please allow me to pivot into the matters relevant to the Bain and Grantstown constituency and accomplishments over the last 12 months. I am grateful to the unceasing support from the people of the twin communities, and I intend to serve them until the end. I want to again thank the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador for giving me an opportunity, firstly, to be a member of his New Day team, and secondly, to serve in the capacity of Parliamentary Secretary within the Ministry of Economic Affairs. I am thankful. I will remain humble as I seek to be the best MP, a Member of Parliament I can be, to serve this administration, the Progressive Liberal Party, the people of Bain and Grantstown, and the Bahamas with distinction. This budget, addresses many of our needs in my constituency, which aligns itself with the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party, taking care of the least amongst us. Simply put, the removal of custom duty on building materials and other goods, not on airplane parts or commercial washers and dryer parts, signifies our commitment to assist ordinary Bahamians with superior benefits. Thank you. Our tenure in office has been approximately 2.5 years, and I can truthfully state that this administration seems to be on steroids for the many accomplishments that we have achieved. Like our national objective, I'm pleased to state that we in Bain and Grandson has also been working very hard to improve the lives and the living conditions of our constituents and the twin communities as a whole. I am pleased to report that last year, we were able to execute 32 projects and programs, or an event or an activity every 1.5 weeks. This is not for show, Mr. Deputy. We are simply making it a concerted effort to address the actions and the list of requests based on our 10-point focal plan. As Member of Parliament, it is important to have the right support. Our branch chairman, led by Ms. Janie Scavala, has been phenomenal, and I thank them and I thank her publicly once again. They bought into the Bain and Grandstand 10-point focal plan and its objectives of improving the lives and the living conditions of our constituency. Our membership has grown, and I personally have been feeling the warmth and acceptance from the constituents. So many now affectionately call me my MP. I like that. Mr. Deputy, the unemployment rate in the Bahamas is down at approximately 8%. I can truly say that the Bain and Grandstand has been the beneficiaries of this single statistics. Since last year, we have been successful in finding gainful employment for many of my constituents, both in the public and the private sectors. The young lady from Cameron Street who was hired by Coke is pleased with her new position. She can now take care of her 4 children. Coca-Cola Bahamas. The lady from Fleming Street who gave up and was classified as a frictionally unemployed is now employed with the Bahamas Parks and Beaches Authority. And I say thank you to the member from Mount Moriah. Thank you very much. She's very happy. The young man from Augusta Street with kids to feed. We assisted in 2 days after him approaching us regarding employment. After he cried and said, Mr. Watson, what can I do? What am I to do? But I am pleased to say that he is now employed and he's happy. I was able to assist a young entrepreneurial female from Cambridge Street with acquiring a stall in the straw market, even after she said she'd given up on me and the Progressive Liberal Party. Well, she's happy today. And I thank the Straw Markets Authority for assisting this young lady with gain full employment in the straw market. The Bahamas Roads and Parks roadside contracts is a blessing in disguise. So many of the young men on the streets in Bain and Grandstand never knew or never had an opportunity to participate in the program. Since becoming the Member of Parliament for Bain and Grandstand, I've since changed the narrative by refusal of the status quo, giving opportunities to others outside of the clique. Outside of the clique. Again, this year I will rotate the contracts and brought into the program an additional 10 men who truly needed employment or a source of income because they are unable to acquire employment within corporate Bahamas for one reason or the other. And again, I want to attribute this program to our Honorable Prime Minister for his ingenuity in bringing this program to fruition when he was the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works. More than 10 men and their families are now experiencing the benefits of this program, implemented years ago by the Progressive Liberal Party administration. That's forward thinking, Mr. Deputy. One that I wish that the opposition will take into consideration. I must continue to speak about the benefits of the Bain and Grantstown Water in Homes Installation Program, or the Bain and Grantstown WIP program. 2 additional families are beneficiaries of this program, and I am pleased to say that they now have portable running water in their homes. These are real programs that truly impact the lives of others who invariably would not have been able to afford it. Further, my office hours continues every Tuesday at 4 p.m. And officially, I have met with more than 1,000 persons seeking assistance on a weekly basis. With the resources available to me, we continue to find creative resources and creative means and resourceful means by which to assist persons looking for help. I wish to thank my colleagues publicly for answering the calls and doing whatever was necessary to assist me when I call in Bain and Grantstown. I could call every name, but we don't have time for that. Thank you for roof and small home repairs, social services assistance, paving of roads, regularizing constituents' employment status, major cleanup and garbage removal exercises, employment in various government ministries, departments, and agencies. Example, the police, the prison, the defense force, the immigration department, customs and tourism, the central processing unit, the Ministry of Public Service, Health and Wellness, and Education. I owe it all to you, my parliamentary colleagues. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Let me return my attention to other ongoing programs and projects within the Bain and Grantstown constituency. Our breakfast program, Breakfast on the Park program continues, and this month we conducted the program in Polling Division 5 on Ferguson Street and Ruperdane Lane. We served more than 300 breakfasts on Saturday morning. This is now our second trip around the constituency, and sometime this month, we'll be visiting Polling Division 5 to conduct the same breakfast program. Mr. Deputy, we continue to engage our seniors through our Senior Citizens Association. We hosted our seniors at a bingo night this month, which was well attended and much appreciated. This year, we implemented our Bain and Grantstown Senior Citizens Assistance Program. Slow in coming, but the program is geared towards assisting seniors with transportation to essential organizations like NIB, National Health Insurance, the banks, doctors' visits and appointments, pharmacies, and the grocery store. This is free to our seniors. They deserve it, and we'll continue to provide the service as long as they need it. Our Bain and Grantstown Church program continues as we seek to continue to partner with the clergy to help with changing the current paradigm in our constituency. I want to thank Minister of State, the Minister and the Minister of State for the Environment, Mr. Ian Lightburn, Mr. Vaughn Miller, for facilitating the bulk waste cleanup. and the removal of derelict vehicles within the constituency. We have engaged a massive cleanup campaign within the constituency, and your efforts catered to it significantly. Every Saturday morning at 6 a.m., I, along with a group of volunteers, conduct a cleanup exercise through various streets in Bain and Grandstand. This has been well received. Neighbors are coming out and helping. They like to see their member of parliament on the ground with gloves on and rake in his hand. For some reason, I believe they feel like that's my obligation and a part of my job, but they love to see it, and I love to provide that service. The second annual Little Miss Bain and Grandstand pageant was conducted on the 26th of May, 2024, under the patronage of Mrs. Anne Marie Davis, wife of the Prime Minister. I publicly congratulate Ms. Gidget Ramsey, representing McQuay Street, and her family for walking away with the crown. I also want to thank all the other contestants and their families who did not win. I'm very proud of your performances and accomplishments. A heartfelt thank you also goes out to the pageant committee led by Ms. Rasay Sands, former Miss Bahamas, for coming back into Bain and Grandstand and lending a hand and giving up herself. Mr. Deputy, one of our most successful programs in the Bain and Grandstand constituency is the Summer Games. And those games are scheduled to commence at the beginning of July next month, 2024. We are excited. Our constituents can't wait for the games to begin. Our fans can't wait for something to do positive in the constituency in the evenings. And we are happy as a branch to provide this program to it. This year we intend to launch new programs in Bain and Grandstand to enhance our twin communities. As mentioned before, we launched the National Health Insurance Enrollment Drive and Health Fair, where more than 150 constituents were enrolled for the first time in national health insurance. More than 150 constituents were enrolled in national health insurance for the first time. We did it in Bain Town. We're going to now take it to Grandstown, because the health of the nation is the wealth of a nation. In August of this year, to help reduce unemployment further in Bain and Grandstown, we will be partnering with the Ministry of Public Service and the Department of Labor to host our first annual job fair and employment assistance program. The goal is to assist as many constituents with gainful employment by bringing corporate Bahamas to Bain and Grandstand. As the MP, I have had to visit and console so many families after the loss of their loved ones. The fact of losing a loved one is tough enough, but their inability or challenge to bury their families is an even greater stress for my people. So to help mitigate the costs of burying family members in Bain and Grandstand, we will be introducing this year the Bain and Grandstand Burial Fund, powered by BAF Financial. Our initial meeting is scheduled for, pardon me? Oh. Our initial, Our initial meeting is scheduled for the 26th of June, 2024, where we'll be introducing and inviting Bain and Grandstand constituents to join the program and relieve their financial burdens. A member of the program will be able to claim $5,000 to bury their loved ones by paying a premium of $5 per month, or $60 a year. $10 a month will give you $10,000 a year. for burial. $15 a month will give you $15,000 to bury your loved one, and so on and so forth. Be Air Financial. The constituents are excited and are eagerly awaiting the meeting. Mr. Deputy, with good favor, and I want the Minister of National Security to listen to this one attentively. With good favor, pressed down and shaken up, it is my hope that the constituency of Bainstown will be afforded approval to engage in the commencement of the establishment of the Bain and Grandstand Community Center under the IDB Citizens and Justice Program regulated by the Ministry of National Security. We have identified a plot of land which is owned by the government, and it's a nice sizable piece, and I believe we have the opportunity to do something very, very historic in the constituency of Bain and Grandstand, similar to what has been facilitated in Nassau Village and Centerville. It is needed in our constituency to give our young people a place where they can play and have fun, as well as an opportunity to learn in a confined environment and safe environment. I want to pivot now to another historical event or project that we intend to launch in October of this year. The Bain and Grandstand branch will be introducing the first biannual Baintown Homecoming Festival and music festival in our constituency. The goal is threefold. Number one, to introduce a Bain and Grandstand Fund for education and training, similar to the Life with Key Fund. Second of all, to bring persons from the community back home so that they can invest in our community. And thirdly, to provide an opportunity for the residents to participate in commercial activities by participating in purchasing of stalls and selling off their goods and services. We also intend to honor this year 7 historians, 7 persons from the Bains and Grandstand constituency who have made a significant contribution not only to the growth and development of Bain and Grandstand, but the Bahamas at large. Mr. Deputy, I am pleased to state on behalf of the constituents of Bain and Grandstand their pleasure with respect to the introduction of the bi-weekly pay day for government employees. 30 days is a long time. 30 days is a long time to wait for salary. And I believe that with the implementation of this bi-weekly payday will help to mitigate some of the challenges that are experienced in the Bains and Grandstand constituency. However, my phone has been blowing up over the last few days as it relates to the policy which reflects that vehicle registration and the payment for vehicle insurance must all be paid at your appointment at the same time. They asked me to have us rethink that. And I told them I'll bring it to the House of Assembly on the table, because it's a challenge, because persons don't have the ability to pay for their vehicle registration as well as the insurance at the same time. And we understand, and I understand the implications as it relates to that. I support this budget. We support this budget. but they asked me to bring that to the table, and I just want to make that clear. Because I don't want to whip me. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the House, as the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, I have a responsibility to oversee some of the digitalization efforts for this administration. I am pleased to announce that we are working assiduously. We are working along with many ministries and departments to help digitalize some of our services, to help implement solutions that will make the ease of doing business and efficiency within government more effective. You've heard some of the pronouncements through the debate. I'm pleased to say that we are working very, very hard on a national data center. We are at a point where we have just about revamped, rebranded, and revitalized the government's website to make it more robust and more up-to-date. We are hoping that we'll launch that website sometime between July and August. We're also working on our digitization efforts for a whole of government approach, as opposed to the siloed approach that is currently being conducted, so that information and data across the entire public service can be glanced at or visited at the touch of a finger tips across the entire whole of government. Many programs and projects are being conducted. It is our hope that through the implementation of the national ICT strategy and roadmap, that we'll begin to see a more cohesive, directed strategy for the advancement of our country using ICT and technology. I am humbled to serve in this capacity. ICT is a love of mine. It's a passion, and I hope to see us as the Bahamas move a lot further using ICT. In the Ministry of Tourism, we are working very closely with the implementation of a smart city geared towards enabling tourists to be connected and other features that will enhance our competitive advantage as a nation through the implementation and use of technology. We're working with the Bahamas Telecommunications Corporation to see how best we can network and mesh some of the existing networks that we have across the island of New Providence and Grand Bahama, so that we can leverage and mitigate some of the costs that we are currently experiencing with respect to telecommunications infrastructure and costs. Our Wi-Fi in the Parks project is now in phase 3. We're having some challenges, but phase 3 is well on its way. We have completed 60 parks. We're waiting for BPL and BTC and Cable Bahamas to light or lit these parks virtually so that services can be made available. But I'd like to encourage the constituents in these areas, please, don't move the equipment. Don't move the meter box so that you can plug in your own supply. Those are some of the challenges that we're experiencing in our Wi-Fi in the Parks project. And we're asking our constituents to be mindful that everybody needs to use the service. Do your best to make certain that the service is available by not moving the equipment so that others can't reach or acquire the service. Before I take my seat, Mr. Deputy, I want to say Baines and Grand Sound supports labor as much as this administration supports labor. We would like to wish each and every one of us, all constituents, all Bahamians, a happy Labor Day tomorrow. And with that being said, Baines and Grandson supports this budget. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to move that the business of this House be suspended to 10 a.m. on the 10th of June, 2024.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended to the 10th of June, 2024 at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended to the 10th of June, 2024 at 10 a.m.